All right, welcome everyone. How are you doing tonight, today, good morning, good evening? Yes, we're going back to Pillars. We're going back to Pillars. I don't know if we're going to go all the way through Pillars, but we're at least going to do Pillars tonight, and we'll see how that goes. Day 2 tonight. We'll see where we left off. See if we remember how to play. I remember having some very painful noob fights. So I bet we'll have a few more of those. We had sound on the main menu. So where is the game sound now? There it is. Yes.
Yeah?
Let's see. Where'd we leave off? Who are we? Who are we, and what the heck are we doing? I'm sorry, Lamia, that there isn't any news. One of these days, there'll be some good news. One of these days. There's got to be. So I'd love any input as we go through this. I'll take input from anyone. We're playing a ranger. We're trying to balance out our character stats with the rest of the party and the people we'll be picking up. So tonight's going to be a slow night. Pretty chill. How about this? We'll even update this. Update the title a little bit. I'm sure some people will pop in looking for a follow-up to Mass Effect Insanity. This won't quite be that follow-up, but life goes on. Durance got the kill on Aloth the Spider Queen. That was our last big battle. I remember running into the Spider Queen. Kana, our chanter. And Aloth the wizard, who occasionally slips into a very strange accent. I mean, he has one manner of speech, and then he has another. Maybe there'll be some story to that. Oh, we all get the same credit. I gotcha. Personal party. So who killed the Spider Queen? Aloth. Aloth got the kill on the Spider Queen. The old Watcher. That's right, the dwarf hanging from the tree. The dwarf woman. The dead dwarf woman. Hanging from the tree. The spirit of Caldara de Baranzi. Been directed towards Caed Noir. We found Caed Noir. We were supposed to find Merwald. We are a Watcher. That's right, we are a Watcher. Which we know very little about. And we went down into the depths of the keep, and we did not yet find Merwald. So I think that's where we are going to return. Kana, our chanter, is also looking for something in the ruins. Durance believes we're meant to travel together. Durance wants to come along. That's his purpose right now. Adair also wants to see Merwald. He thinks Merwald will have answers for him, just as we hope Merwald will have answers for us. Let's see, we have camping supplies. I think we have a pretty clean inventory. We must have cleaned out a little bit before we wrapped up. Everybody looks healed up. So let's move on. Do I really not have anything mapped? I don't have a key mapped for map. We need to change that. We need to change that. Let me see here. Well, that changed the whole... That was silly. Okay, fine. Oh, that's so much better. That is so much better.
You must gather your...
I don't recall if we went down to the big city, Defiance Bay. I know we haven't made it as far as Twin Elms. I played a little bit of this game before, and I made it about as far as we are now. Tiny bit further. Just a tiny bit further. We must not have made it very far, if level 1 is the only level that we can go back to. We have not been able to pass by that door. I think this is where we fought the Spider Queen.
Huh? Huh?
And what does the flame reveal?
Right.
So we're going to scout around a little bit, see if we can figure out what we haven't located, or where the next level is, probably past that warded door. We originally came in here, worked our way around a bit, and we found another exit after fighting the Spider Queen. But why can we not proceed past the warded door? What are we missing? No mention of it here that I see. No, I think I'm just gonna have a quiet night, Lamia, to answer your question. It's hard to be lively with a game like this. I suppose I could pretend. I could pretend it's extremely exciting. But this game is like a candle that burns very slowly, right? So I'm not, and I am. I'm a little tired. I'll probably go a normal stream tonight. 5-6 hours, we'll see. What I'm really looking forward to in this game, and with finishing Mass Effect, is playing some games I haven't played. I'd like to play some new stuff on stream. I'd like to discover things that are exciting, that I don't know what's coming. As much as I love Mass Effect, you know, we spent, in the past 3 weeks, spent over 100 hours playing Mass Effect, and I've already spent 1,000 hours playing Mass Effect, so it was a little repetitive by the end. It was really nice to finish, actually. I thought about not playing Pillars tonight and doing the Left Behind DLC from The Last of Us, but I think we'll save that for a little later in the week. Maybe we'll do that Thursday or Friday. However, we might never get past this door, so what am I missing? Do we need to go back up, perhaps? Let's go back up and talk with the statue. Maybe the statue will have something to say about the warded door. Tell us how we can get through. Maybe someone who's played the game will pop in and share. I think we cleaned out this whole level. I don't believe we really missed anything. Maybe we did, but let's take a look. Well, the steward has nothing to say about the door. Take care in your search. Many dangers lie in wait here. Ah, yes. So who does what? Darky, what's happening? How are you doing tonight? Trying to remember how to play this game. Yeah. What did I just set up?
Brave shall be lost.
Sure.
This map shows the Darewoods, old colonial borders. A settlement called New Dunrid is marked in the place of present-day Defiance Bay. What's fascinating as the library is I just want to know how to get past the warded door in the basement. I certainly feel like we're missing something. Something relatively obvious. I'm not carrying something that opens the door, am I? Heavy iron key. Well, heavy iron key doesn't sound like something that would open a warded door. Just a spell ward. Yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd get some answers from the... Yeah, no doubt. It is. It feels weird, Shepard not falling off of something. Yeah, we'll probably do Mass Effect again, either when they release a remastered trilogy for consoles, or at some point we'll do a whole trilogy playthrough when the controller mod for the first game comes out. It's gonna be a while. I think it'll be a while before we get back to Mass Effect. But by the time Andromeda comes out next year, we'll probably have done 2 more runs. Since Pillars of Eternity is gonna be a long game, we probably won't play it. Oh. Apparently here's my answers. I knew it would be something simple, like right near the entrance.
Leave us!
This is the guy we've been looking for since day 1. Excellent. A large liver-spotted man, barrel-chested and paunchy, cowers in the far corner of the room, his white hair a tangled, stringy mess. He covers his face and chest with trembling hands, unable to look in your direction. No, keep away from us. Leave us.
Maybe we should come back later?
I've never finished it, Darky, so I don't know how long it will take me, how long it will take us to play. But, you know, we did 5 or 6 hours the first night. We'll do 5 or 6 hours tonight. And then we'll come back to it. Because this game is voiced, but only partly voiced, a lot of the characters will speak, And then on the next page, they won't speak. I'm going to be reading as much as I can handle. As much as I'm comfortable with, I'll be reading to fill in the blanks on the dialogue. Which is why we only did one night of it before. I kind of shot my voice trying to do that. And I'm not yet back into the swing of things, so we're just getting started, getting warmed up. Mayorwald, he looks up over his hand, the muscles around his eyes twitching, and begins whispering to himself in sharp hisses, as though having an argument. All at once, he stops shaking, a sudden calmness falling over him. His head tilts forward slightly, and he looks at you. He looks you dead in the eye, like a cornered animal about to pounce. His voice turns suddenly raspy.
Mayorwald isn't here, and he isn't fooled. He has sent for no callers. Be gone, deceiving spirit!
Mayorwald has gone crazy, apparently. He's not here. He isn't fooled. So we are sick. That's one problem. We are sick. And I mean in-game. Whatever else we might be, we are sick in-game. And we are also a Watcher. And while the Watcher isn't our sickness, that is what's wrong with us. Please, there's something wrong with me. I need Mayorwald's help. I am no spirit. Do I look like any spirit you have ever seen? You better start making some sense right now, or you'll get worse than any spirit could give. So the game doesn't have strict alignments, but the question came up, if we're going to play by any sort of alignment, it's going to be chaotic good. Good heart, scattered mind. I don't know if that's an accurate way to put it, but
Mayorwald will speak with you, but you will maintain your distance, or you'll have me to answer to.
the old man turns his body away and has another muttered, sputtering argument facing the wall. When he turns back towards you, he has taken a confident stance, and his chest is puffed out like a soldier's. A new strength enters his voice.
Come to speak to Mayorwald? Mayorwald whose touch is poison? Mayorwald who knows not his effect?
The man's posture folds, and the hands he'd held strongly at his sides a moment ago resume their original tremors. His voice is feeble and tentative. I was told I am a Watcher, and that you could tell me more about it. And about a tablet of some worth after that. Once you two are finished, of course.
A window. Window to the ether, where spirits dwell. Peer and reach into it. Speak and listen through it. A Watcher sees souls, reads them, knows their pasts, souls of the living, souls of the dead, an empath, and the souls see them back. Used it to help beings in both realms, did I. What the gods wanted of me, thought I.
He exhales feebly, his breath wheezing.
The gods put me in the world for vengeance, and I obliged.
With a quick spasm, his shoulders straighten and his voice becomes strong.
It was the gods' wishes that we protect those lands. My way was the only way to remove the foreigners.
He tilts his head forward, glowering at you, and his voice is raspy.
Little I knew.
He shrinks down and is himself once more. He cradles his face in shaking hands. I was accosted by spirits on my way here. What did they want?
No! No! Forgive me! Forgive me!
Mayorwald staggers backward, staring off at some imagined phantom. He covers his mouth with his hand, his breaths convulsing, his eyes red and exhausted. You seem to have lost your mind.
Lost? No. Found more of it. Too much to bear. An awakening.
Aloth's eyes narrow as he looks at the old man. How could a simple awakening have driven you to this? What's an awakening?
Many lifetimes we have. Souls enter womb and exit corpse. Carry with them all experiences, all knowledge, all identities. Yet we do not remember. Hidden from us. What end? What end? Only the gods know. Certain things can stir memories from lives long buried. Awaken the old memories, the old personalities. Memory, personality, identity, any might resurface. Or all.
He looks again at the door behind you. And I seem to be having a conversation with several of them right now.
Ghosts of the mind. Meowald has lost control. Meowald's body no more.
The spirits I passed, what are they?
Spirits, and not spirits. Always whispering to Meowald, reminding him of his mistakes. No sleep. Watchers see memories before them, form them from the essence of their own souls. Once Meowald awakened, he could not make them leave. Gave them more form, not less.
The spirits are memories from previous lives?
Troubled memories, angry memories, pulling Meowald back, reminding him his mistakes. Marauder and soldier, soldier and marauder, how could they know?
I've seen apparitions like those elsewhere, since I became a watcher. Tears well in Meowald's eyes. Oh no, no, no. You too? You too. And all at once, in spite of his abject misery, his expression changes to one of utmost sympathy. Poor woman, poor woman.
They will take you too.
What an inevitable madness. That can't be right. Kana folds his arms. There's always an answer to be found, if you look hard enough. You're saying I'll end up like you.
So fragile, the Watcher's mind. So real, his memories. Once awakened, how can he sleep?
He pouts, as though holding his mouth closed so that the answer won't escape. At length, he nods. If I'm awakened to a past life, how would that have happened?
You were reminded of it. Strong memories, lingering lives, they dwell near the surface, waiting to be remembered, waiting to take your mind for their own. Meowald sat at his hearth and watched his fire, watched the wood burn. Then came the memory of another fire and burning wood, and screams.
His face trembles involuntarily. How do you tell a spirit from a memory?
Fragmented are memories, stuck in time, mindless, cruel, never far.
Why do these past lives still trouble you?
My fault. All my fault. Soldier and marauder and Meowald. No forgiveness for what's past. no undoing what's done. No sleep. No sleep for the Watcher.
He looks at you, baggy-eyed and lost.
War there was all around. War of stone, war of tree.
He's talking about 2 different wars, fought back to back, long time ago. The Broken Stone War and the War of Black Trees. The usual conflicts between locals and settlers getting out of hand, both of them. Some folks are still mad about what one side did to the other.
Death we brought to the settler men. We, the 9 claws. Claws of 9. Worse what we did to the women. For love of the gods. The gods' love. For their love.
I met one of your memory spirits. There was talk of raiding a village. Merwald's voice becomes raspy, and he is somewhere else in place and time, speaking to someone unseen.
Hold her down. Head her. Give this Addy a bitch an heir that belongs in Air Glodfath.
Merwald cringes, himself again, watching something he can't bear to see, shaking his head over and over. He wails. His soul is marked by flame, and those marks will never heal. His trial has broken him, but better that than to live in weakness. Go on.
The boy. The baby boy. The boy. Conceived in the raid. Conceived by force. Vessel for Marauder. Slain in the raid. Marauder and the boy. Marauder and soldier.
A baby conceived by the raider? What do you mean it was a vessel for him?
For the soul. Marauder's soul. Same soul. One soul. Boy's soul. Marauder's soul. Raised in lies and vengeance. Raised to soldier. Raised for the fire. Born for the fire.
Then that was his mother I met in the keep. She told him his father was killed by the raiders.
You'll get no pity from me. The crimes of the Nine Claws clan in the last war are still unavenged. But the gods are just. They have led me here. In my father's name, every one of you will burn.
Merwald straightens up, his voice deep. He speaks to some invisible thing. He looks off to his side, as if someone else standing nearby. Light it. Durant smirks. Burning his own, and why not? If they had been wicked and earned their punishment. He is weak of mind and soul. To see him cower before the flame, that should give you the measure of him. Merwald's shoulders slump. He rocks back and forth, agitated. He mutters to himself, oblivious to your presence.
Soldier and marauder, lies and vengeance, and dead villages. All dead. All dead. What for? What for?
I see no reason, just bad luck. Whatever the reason, I don't think we are meant to know. Let's go with Door number 3.
How little we know.
He shakes his head bitterly. There must be some way to make these memories go away.
No. Always there. Always remembered. Can't forget. Can't unsee.
I didn't just remember. Someone caused this. They wore masks and spoke of books and keys and a queen. There was a man there. He seemed familiar to me.
Keys of lead. Books of burden. Queens that were. Known to me are they. The leaden key.
The leaden key? It seems we share an enemy, liege. Assassins and watcher-wakers both. They certainly keep busy. What can you tell me about this leaden key?
Secrets. Secrets and deceptions and schemes. Who knows their answers? Not they. Not they. Crossed them before. Hatred of watchers, hatred and fear. Much we see. Threat to secrets.
Who is this queen they pray to?
Woodica, goddess, crown shattered and body burned. Binder of oaths and grudge holder. Bearer of justice. But whose?
If the leaden key caused my awakening, could they undo it?
Many secrets do they keep. Unawaken? Mayhap. Who else if not they?
Meyerwald's bushy white eyebrows edge upward. He begins muttering to himself. Just as you are about ready to repeat your question, he speaks. Do you know where I might find the leaden key?
City of Defiance, never far from the Queen.
I need to go, so I can search for this man from the leaden key.
Sleep well. Sleep well.
Meyerwald nods at you, a look of understanding on his face.
Hold! I know your will die. Your actions were seen. You would sooner betray us to the Adir land thieves than take orders from me.
Before you turn to exit, he tilts his head forward. His eyes lock with yours, cold and dangerous, his voice gravelly. I'd sooner do a lot of things than take orders from a lunatic.
Your betrayal is for nothing. Your warnings are lost on these foreigners, and their blood will be Gallowayne's tribute this night. I have asked the elders for the honor of claiming your head as my first trophy, and they have granted it. Beg for the Seeker God to grant you a quick death.
That does not sound good. Small wind blight. Small flame blight. Meyerwald. And look at us all bunched up. Except for my wolf in the corner. Alright, well we are positioned very poorly. We've got our mage. Our wizard is in the front. Our ranger is in the front. Our fighter is in the back. It's perfect. It's perfect. Just where we want to be. This game has a weird system of disengagement. They call it disengagement. Basically, if you try and reposition yourself in combat, which should be an important part of a top-down, an isometric RPG, repositioning your characters for strategic attacks is critical. This game turns you into a target. A walking target. If you move, you get a disengagement penalty that pretty much means you're in trouble. You shouldn't have moved. It's pretty silly. There's a lot of complaints on the forums about it, and some mods that remove it, although it changes the entire game balance. So we have not modded it away, but I've had just enough time with it to know that it's pretty irritating. Disengagement is pretty irritating. Let's find out if we're going to get smacked with the disengagement penalty for repositioning our crew here. We haven't engaged yet, so I hope not.
Brave.
I think we're all right. Is this spell enemy only? Right click for details. Foe AoE. So this should not hit Adir. Even if we cast it right on Mayorwald and Adir is in range at the time, it shouldn't hit Adir. Interdiction, 1 per encounter. I believe that's also a foe AoE. Our chanter's gonna start chanting. And he's carrying his gun, which is good, so that he doesn't get back up into melee range. I'm gonna go ahead and mark Mayorwald, marked for death, and send the wolf on him. Alright, what else you got? Magic missiles, Mayorwald, go. What do I have? I don't have much yet. I'm just a ranger. Plain ranger. Ranger without any special attacks. I think I just canceled his attack. Nope. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it!
How about a cone? About a carefully placed cone. Let's try that. How many phrases do we have here? Looks like we might already have enough phrases spoken. Is that true? Try it. My wolf's about to go down.
How may I help?
Brave.
I think Mayorwald just blew up the skeletons within seconds of their spawning. Within about 1 second. I'd have to check the log to see their fate, but I saw them appear, and then I saw them die, along with my wolf.
Huh?
Lava. You cannot wait that older set?
There is a change in the air of the keep. What was thick and suffocating feels to you somehow more breathable, as though yielding to a conquering invader. Mayorwald's body lies inert. You can feel his soul lingering there, uncertain. There is something unique about this soul in this place. A bond formed in decades of inhabitants and lordship that feels somehow palpable to you, as though even in death, the keep knows its former master, and the former master remembers his keep. In your mind's eye, the bond seems to you as a frayed rope, ghostly and alive, its frayed ends writhing like tide pool anemones, and you find that if you concentrate on it, you have the ability to manipulate its strands. You can repair the rope, binding Mayorwald's soul here as an eternal warden. We can sever the rope, allowing Mayorwald to pass from the world. We can draw upon the energy of the rope itself, siphoning knowledge from the connection. Be free. Be free, Mayorwald. We sever the rope, allowing Mayorwald to pass from the world. Strand by strand, the connections fly apart like the overstressed strings of some ethereal instrument. With the tearing of the final string, the rope becomes liquid and dissolves from your awareness. Merwald's soul hovers near you, a vortex of strife and discord. But there is something else there beneath it, something like relief. His soul passes through one of the walls and is gone.
Let's discuss it.
Oh, we got a grimoire. Wizard gets the grimoires. Golden Dukes.
Right. I've got it.
Where's our...
What?
Who's the man?
What? A simple test.
Who's mechanics? Who doesn't... Somebody's got mechanics. Hold on. Somebody's got mechanics. Is it our wizard?
Yes?
Yes.
I'll
it's
see
our
what I
wizard.
can do.
The sickly sweet smell of rot rises from this half-eaten fruit.
I shall.
What do we have for a formation here? Oh, show me our formation, please. Adir is supposed to be in front. Our wizard is supposed to be in back. Somehow this has all gone awry. Yeah, like that. That's our formation.
Hey, no sense listening to that old bam pot.
I felt Merwald's passing. You slew him.
He gave us no choice.
It saddens me to hear it. But part of me is grateful to no longer have to wait and worry in darkness.
The steward is silent a moment. The air seems to chill. Listen to this music for a moment. It's a lot like, is it Howard Shore who did Lord of the Rings? Fellowship of the Ring had some themes very much like this. I've heard bits of John Williams, Star Wars, little bits of Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. The music in here is excellent, and I think it draws on a lot of familiar places.
This place has always known its master, long as it's had one.
Yes, the
It has a
stronghold is
will of
ours.
its own, which has little to do with the castle and much to do with the land it's built on. It looks to you as Merwald's successor now, whether you care for it or not. A dubious honor, inheriting a fortress both broken and cursed. But in the right hands, it could be so much more. If you had only seen it in its day, will you stay?
Well, yes. Yes, we shall. I've always wanted my own keep, even if it is a little cursed. You feel that same emanation of warmth and energy in the air. Then it is yours, my lady. I cannot begin to tell you how glad, that is, how good it is to know that the keep is in capable hands once again. I suppose I should mention, first, that if you mean to travel to Defiance Bay for supplies, there has been a complication of a kind. The Eastern Barbican collapsed decades ago, and Merwald never got around to rebuilding it. The road here is a dead end. He got as far as gathering materials before he became preoccupied. I could make arrangements to have it repaired, if it is your will. When it ceased to be the previous master's will, I became powerless to do anything about it. For what am I but the master's instrument? It would take time, but far less than finding another route to Defiance Bay. How do I repair the Barbican? Meyerwald set aside materials for the Barbican, and they are still available to you. In the future, if you wish to make further repairs to the keep, we will need coin for supplies and labor. What does being the master of Quai Noir entail? Why, there are many responsibilities involved in maintaining a keep. The extent to which you wish to get involved is entirely up to you. Part of the reason I am here is to ensure that things run smoothly in your absence, provided we have been given instruction. If you instruct me on which repairs you wish to conduct next, I will make the necessary arrangements. These may take some time to finish, but each will provide you with additional resources once they are complete. Given somewhere to place them, we can hire tradesmen to provide you with supplies or ingredients. Repairing the keep will raise your prestige and draw both helpful individuals and unwelcome attention from bandits and opportunists. If we can raise the keep's security in turn, these will become less of a concern. You should know, however, that the position does come with some risk. Your name will grow in fame, and you must contend with threats to the keep. And then there are other things. Was there anything else, my lady? What did you mean by risks? Meyerwald's curse was his own, a watcher's curse, but his predecessors have not fared better. There is a presence within the keep, or rather, far beneath it. At least, such has been the conclusion drawn by all who have come to this place, for what spirits still linger in the endless paths oft speak of a master below. Every effort to settle here has failed. From the time of our Adarian colonists onward, beasts rise from the endless paths until the new lord or lady is no more. The one who dwells below, this master, does not tolerate rivals, it seems. I have seen, from time to time, intrepid explorers descend to lay claim to what answers they can, but none return. This is the force which has kept Quai Noir a barren ruin, and robbed me of my hopes. The endless paths, that, my friend, is where I must go, where we must go, if you will go with me. Whatever devils lie beneath, think too what knowledge we will find. Perhaps this master speaks Adarian. Who is this master below? I could not say with any certainty. I believe it must be tied to the man said to have been the architect of the endless paths, the Engwithian tyrant, Adnoir. Some claim his spirit endures, or at least has laid a curse upon the site. I cannot imagine much remains of his work, for the ruins have been here 1,000 years or more, but what is left is impressive. The Earl certainly thought so. You may have seen, while below, the hand of the great statue Adnoir constructed. Perhaps it is a statue of Adnoir himself. I have other questions. It's time to find this queen in the city of Defiance. You must know this queen you are looking for. Defiance Bay has no queen. The Mequins of Adir haven't reigned here since the war. The only queen without any power, there is Wodeka. The only queen with any power, there is Wodeka. I am told they erected an exquisite... Yes, I am told they erected an exquisite temple in her honor there, but I was never able to see it. If you mean to go there, we can get started right away on repairing the Barbican. You need only tell me what you wish to do, and I'll make the necessary arrangements. Merwald kept a ledger, as it happens, and I have taken the liberty of updating it. You could take a look if you wish. Let me see. Then we'll get underway at once. The steward's voice belies a giddy excitement. Know, my lord, that this is but the first and least of a great many undertakings. The keep supported a great many buildings and servants for many years. If you should wish it, we can repair some of the outlying structures, and these will bring you wealth and recognition, drawing people to your service. Rebuilding the defenses will keep your grounds from becoming overrun, as they did under Merwald's keeping. You need not choose all at once. I am pledged to your aid, and so long as you are master here, we shall always be linked. You need not step upon these grounds to speak with me. Wherever your travels may take you, you can make your will known to me, if you but reach out. Oh, but first, of course, the Barbican. So there'll be a great many upgrades. Some of them give us optional resting bonuses for sleeping here. And as we were told, some of them strengthen the keep. So there's prestige, and there's also security. And I imagine we'll need to balance that out to some degree. And apparently the Barbican was not on a timer. So while many of these things require 2 days, that seems to have been instantaneous. And we hardly have enough, just barely have enough if we want to... Western Barbican requires main keep. That was my stomach, by the way. If my microphone is picking up very grumbly noises, it is the stomach. It is the stomach. Anyways, and I'm not that hungry. I must have eaten something grumbly. So I guess Bright Hollow. We'll do Bright Hollow before the main keep, or main keep before Bright Hollow. The main keep will allow us to have visitors and extra adventurers, but we don't need those right away. Let's start with Bright Hollow so that we can rest here. And we are still one party member short of a full party. And although I have hardly played past this point in the game, I have met one other companion that you can pick up. And I don't remember where she is, and I would love to find her again. She's one of the reasons I restarted my playthrough. Not what we had on stream. Day one was on stream. But prior to that, I had started a game, and then Obsidian made a very large patch that completely changed the character balance. And there is a companion you can find, the Mother. I believe that's her name, the Mother. At any rate, her class was completely altered by the patch. You had to start over to get proper stats on that class, so that was one of the reasons. And this place is ours. I do love this song. Never far from the Queen. Go to the temple of Wodeka. in Defiance Bay. So at some point we'll go back down into the endless paths. Not now, I don't think now. It's what Kana wants. He wants to navigate the ruins even further. Durance just wants to hang out. And Adair does not know what is next for him. He did not get his answers from Merwald. So we'll see. Guess we're heading to Defiance Bay.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, had something stuck in my teeth. Okay, so Caed Noir, can we actually head to Defiance Bay now? Do I need to go back to the Black Meadow to get to Defiance Bay? I thought the Eastern Barbican was our way. Oh, the Wooden Plains. We need to go to the Wooden Plains and then maybe to the Edelwyn Bridge. We were probably told this.
Afraid to close your eyes, Watcher? Not all of us are on such bad terms with sleep.
That's true. We didn't stop to rest after that. We can't rest at our own keep yet. How weird is that? We can't just curl up in the corner next to the steward? No, we can't. So the Woodland Plains, it looked like we're looking for a western entrance. If we're heading to Defiance Bay, it's probably somewhere to the west. Hello. Bring me back here, please. So I guess we'll do the full party sneak here for a little while as we investigate. Fast mode sneak. Sneak slows you down, of course. Fast mode speeds you up, of course. And this one forest troll is probably not alone. So let's find out how true that is. Yep, not alone. Not alone at all. Not alone at all. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh,
On
no.
your word.
No,
Yeah.
Okay. So, you see, I targeted Kana by accident while trying to get out of sight range. And we got spotted. Immediately. By all four. Which is awesome. Well, for the most part, means Leroy Jenkins on the case.
Yeah?
Oh no, who's with them? Pugra, this can't be good. We are unrested, unprepared, and completely messed up our attempt to stealthily encircle. And one of the trolls broke off to attack me, which means I'll probably get a disengagement penalty if I try to move. In turn means I will probably die very quickly. This should be interesting. I'm speaker to the restless. 2 per rest. Let's try it.
That's not very
Forest troll. Where's the name? It's not dead, is it? No, it's not scratched. It's not even scratched. That makes more sense. Oh, a zone around him. No, we don't want that. Change of plans. How about... That's a target. Do we have any good AoEs? Movement. Cease movement. Divine Terror Foe AoE. There you go. Let's go with that. Everybody on the troll.
That's it!
One troll down. But I'm taking a lot of damage. So is my wolf. If we do survive this, we really must rest. Right away. How can I talk about raptors? Well, I mean, a bit, sure. Don't know how Lamia's gonna feel about raptors, but I'm okay. Try it. She says, try it. You take that how you will, Darky. All right, let's. Speaking of try it.
This isn't good!
Oh, Adir and Durance are just dead, which means we're probably all going to be dead very soon. Okay. Durance is almost dead. I'm kind of teasing Darky, but keep it on the light side. We can talk dinosaurs, but let's not talk all dinosaurs. I gotta keep my head in this, too. Well, we're gonna die here. We are gonna die here.
What?
I don't see how this could go well. I don't want to just load the save for no reason, but I have a feeling we shall not survive this.
I fear we've lost the angry ones.
Yeah, and you're next. Unfortunately, Aloth, you're next. We've got nothing here. Suppose we could have brought out some skeletons. It's going to be too late for the skeletons to help much. I fear.
How bad?
Roll on 10!
Yeah, we never did throw out any heals early in the fight. I mean, our healer dropped really quick. Well, if we get any more, professors in channel, maybe they could comment on that. I can't say much about that. So watch, I'm going to try and get away from this troll. And I guess it let me move, but I was expecting some pretty heavy penalties. There's no way I'm going to take these guys out, so... Say your prayers, we're going down. 3, 2, 1. That's about it. What do you say we not engage those trolls? What do? We went this way. They're about here. Those trolls are right about here.
Right.
Yeah, that's not a whole lot of an explanation, though. So the chickens have chicken DNA. I know I'm asking for trouble by getting involved here, but if the chickens have chicken DNA... how do you turn that into dinosaur DNA? Oh, Sagani. I've actually met 2 more companions. I forgot about Sagani, who we did meet. Much nicer than the forest trolls.
Hush, Itumak.
A dwarven woman dressed in skins and hides leans against the road marker. Her face is turned down, her eyes darkened by a thick stripe of face paint. I love that. Face paint. Had a character who looked like that in Age of Conan, I believe. Anytime a game has a stripe across the eyes, I like to do that. I think I played a character in Amalur like that. She's sharpening a bone arrowhead with a scrimshaw-handled knife. Her attention, however, is focused on a bear figurine between her feet. A large white-furred fox standing at her heels looks up as you approach.
Easy, Itumak. It's not him.
This outfit may not be flattering, but I am definitely not him. She lifts her head and looks at you. No argument there. It's just not you I'm looking for. Who are you waiting for?
Short version? I'm looking for a very, very old friend. I'm not sure what skin he's wearing now, but I'll know him when I see him.
Your friend is supposed to meet you here?
That's what I heard. Of course, the man who told me so was carrying a staff he claimed was made from dragon bone, but I know Whitewood when I see it. That should have been my first clue, but I had to try something.
She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. Back up. What does this stranger have to do with your friend?
The long version. Here we go. I'm from an island to the far south called Nasitak. I came here looking for a village elder, a man we knew as Persok. I'm a hunter back home, so tracking someone wouldn't normally be a problem. But Persok's trail is cold, to say the least.
How long have you been looking for Persok? Her painted brows lower, and her compact, muscular frame sags for just an instant. 5 years. Why can't you find him? There can't be that many of your people in the Deerwood. He died when I was still a young girl. Forgot to mention that part, did I? I'm looking for his latest reincarnation, which could be anyone. So you've been searching 5 years for a stranger you barely remember? Who could be anyone now?
That about sums it up.
Let's see if I can get my command here, Darky. Oh, permit. I always forget permit has a, exclamation mark. I try to do /permit. Hey, at least /P doesn't ban anyone or time them out. She gives you a slow, thoughtful nod. That about sums it up. She said that, didn't she? Yes. Yes, she did. Actually, I know how you feel.
Then you have my sympathies. Hopefully you've got a better lead than I do.
She cocks an eyebrow, and she looks at the Ardra figurine in the dirt. How does that statuette figure into it? She dusts the figurine on her trousers and raises it in her small, flat palm. It's carved in the shape of a bear, smooth and round. The polished Adra is worn to a dull mat along its arched back and ovoid haunches. A soft glow emanates from within.
Cute, isn't it? It belonged to Persoc. Before he returned to the wheel, he left a splinter of his soul in it. Something to help us find him later.
As she holds it out to you, you feel wisps of sensation. Not quite memories, but traces of someone.
When I left Nasitak, it was completely dark inside. But as I've gotten closer to Persoc, it's glowed steadily brighter. Since I've reached the Deerwood, however, it's gotten hard to read. Some days it flickers and goes dark. Others it shines nice and bright, for a few hours. But most of the time it looks just like this.
I could take a look at it.
I've heard that one before. Whole reason I'm standing here is because some so-called watcher from Forkvale told me he could take a look. For a few golden dukes, of course.
She eyes you cautiously.
I was on my way out of the Balmarsh when I heard talk of a traveling mystic who could supposedly see souls. I knew it was a long shot, but what did I have to lose? I went to see this fellow and gave him the Audra figurine. He made a big show of moaning and rolling his eyes, and after I'd given him 5 golden dukes to lift the shroud, he told me to seek the crossroads in the field between the wolf's lair and the twining trees.
Go on.
He thought he was being vague, but I know the area well enough to recognize that he meant this place, right between Defiance Bay and Twin Elms. I had a bad taste in my mouth, but my coin was spent and I'd already left an arrow in his knapsack as a friendly warning. Told him I'd come back and leave him with another if it turned out he was giving me the runaround. I've been here a week now. Guess he had the last laugh after all.
Darky, I'm going to save the link. I usually save links until after the stream, or at least on a break, but if it's worth reading, then I'll want to read it. Give it some attention, so I've got that link saved now. Cook, serve, delicious. You're going to make me hungry, aren't you? Cook, serve, delicious. That sounds really good right about now. Somebody cook and serve so that it can be delicious. Please. Por favor. So welcome back. We're doing day 2 of Pillars. Day 1 was a few weeks ago. And as I'm trying to fill in the blanks where the voices are not read, are not spoken in the game, we'll see how well this goes. You're not hungry right now. Okay, well good. Maybe you won't tease me too badly then. Or maybe you're all full from playing. What if I am Persoc? Not to disappoint you, but there's no chance. This thing would glow like a torch. She wiggles the figurine. You could still go after that false watcher. I kind of know the feeling. GTA 5, I got GTA 5 and The Last of Us at the same time, and I was quite torn for a while there as to what to play. She swats at the air. I was mostly trying to scare him. I wouldn't really kill a man over a few gold pieces. I don't have much use for coin, anyway. Besides, knowing his type, he's cleared out of town by now and spent whatever he made. May I see the figurine?
Why?
She looks at the Adra bear, and then back to you, her eyes narrowed. Why not?
Fine. But if you try to run, just remember that my arrows are faster.
Yeah, I originally got the PS3 version, and then did end up with the PS4 version. I've never liked the way Rockstar handles PC ports, ever since L.A. Noire and GTA 4, especially the expansions for GTA 4. They were so poorly handled on PC. The balance was terrible, the bugs were awful, and I pretty much decided that I was done with Rockstar on PC. So you steal something before you notice and get killed. I just walk into battles. No matter how I try and be sneaky, I keep walking into large battles. And I don't have a good feel for the combat. I like playing Dragon Age Origins in this mode, so I'd pull the camera out, top down, position all my characters, set up choke points at the doorways, and I have a lot of fun playing Origins that way. I am not doing as well here. The formations of the party, the pre-battle strategic positioning doesn't seem to work as well. Not yet. I just don't have a feel for it, maybe. Haven't had the problem of stealing things and getting attacked yet. Not yet. She hands you the figurine, her chapped knuckles grazing your hand. She watches you examine it, wary but curious. You raise the Adra bear, turning it in the light. As your eyes catch a tiny, glinting scratch, the scenery around you melts away. You're standing on a cliff, overlooking the water, seeing through eyes that aren't your own. You catch the musk of beasts amidst the fresh scent of vegetation, and your heart beats a little faster. You'll have to watch your step up here. You look down just long enough to see the sharp, pale cliffs drop into the water hundreds of feet below you. I see a vision of cliffs high over the water. Does that sound familiar? Your question is greeted with shrugs and silence. Well, that's too bad. We don't have much to give her here. Yeah, I actually lost my voice after the first day. That's why we postponed it. I probably will not do Pillars multiple nights in a row. We'll probably do Pillars tonight. And then I don't know, maybe tomorrow we'll do the Left Behind DLC from the Last of Us. Or maybe we will do something else. But it won't be a game with a lot of reading, because this will probably trash my voice. I have a few glasses of water. And a few bags of cough drops. So we'll go for another one here. Return the figurine. I've got it. He's standing on a cliff.
What are you talking about? What just happened?
She looks at the Adra bear, herself turning it a few times. She looks back at you. I'm a real watcher. She blinks at you a few times, calculating. If you'd seen the way she stares at dead things, you'd know she's serious.
You realize I've got no coin to give you, even if I did believe you.
Come with me. I've got other business in the area, and we can look for Persoc on the way.
If this is your idea of a joke, you may be stuck with me for a while. Lead the way.
Sagani looks at you, her arms folded across her chest. She tucks the figurine into her pouch, and her fox stands, shaking its pale coat. All right, we have a full party. So, we're a ranger, she's a ranger. When we find the mother, we may or may not take Sagani out of the party. She's interesting, but if we're a ranger, she's a bit redundant. For the moment, it'll be nice to have someone else who could be sneaky. And we're not worrying about giving her lore or mathematics. I can't quite remember what else we were doing. With whom? We'll figure it out. What about someone with a little extra healing? It's not a lot of healing. I don't really have a game plan. If anyone has feedback on character builds, feel free to share. I'm kind of winging it here. There's a lot of familiar D&D references, but again, we don't have a plan. Accuracy, damage, I'll take it. Alright, well, half the party's fatigued. Let's rest. Ah, but you could be. You could pretend to be. You could tell me you're an expert and make it up as you go along. I might not know the difference. So those forest trolls were up here, and I don't really feel like running into them and dying again. I believe Defiance Bay, for us, Defiance Bay will be to the west. We need to go out the western exit. So our party has now changed. Where is Sagani? Something very... oh, there she is. Okay. You don't want to bear the guilt, huh? I absolve you in advance. No need to be guilt-ridden for getting us killed, for we shall do that too. So this is a decent formation, I think. We've got our one and only fighter in the front, our bard, and our cleric, if you will, in the middle. A couple rangers behind them with wolf companions, Wolf and Fox, and our wizard in the back. Our wizard maybe shouldn't be in the back, though. He has a lot of cone area of effect spells. It's not much good from the back. Yeah, one of the next games we're bound to start will be The Witcher, the second Witcher, Blind. I bet there'll be a lot of reading in that, so I don't think we'll start that tonight. We're not going to go from Pillars to Witcher 2. But we might go from Pillars to Witcher 2 by way of something else. Zoran Zenius Kavik. Looks like a, what do they call them? Godlike. A godlike. So this is a Kickstarter thing. I'll show you one. If you've followed this game at all, you probably know this already. But the game was put on Kickstarter, and it had something like 60,000 backers. Very successful Kickstarter. And a lot of the early contributors were able to create a character that would be put into the game with a story. And before we do this, let's see, is it apparent? Notice how the name tag is slightly yellow on Zoran Zenius Kavik. We won't be doing a lot of these, because we would be reading an extra 20 hours, I imagine.
I have detected a signal embedded in the static.
Dr. Cluster Falcon, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But let's look at this one so you can get some sense of how that works. If we reach out for the soul as a watcher, we can look into the past lives of these people. You see a flurry of matted white hair and an incandescent freeze-fire staff before you see the man, cold and wild. He chews a wizened apple slowly, discharging spell after spell into the jumble of villagers screeching their way towards him. Cold flame vents from his nose, and apple seeds shoot out the side of his mouth as he saunters forward, ignoring arrows and curses alike. A deliberate twist of his staff and a bullet of force glides through the torso of one assailant, and another. A roar blisters his throat as he launches himself into their midst, tearing into their essence with his staff. A pleading hand reaches toward him, and quickly falls, ignored. Silence takes hold as the tattered man gathers his prize, a basket of fresh pears. He hums as he eats. So, they're not connected to the main story. Not that I know. I think they are written by the backers. Not for the backers, but actually written by the backers themselves. I could be wrong there. But there are a great many yellow-named characters with stories. And I don't think we can spend a whole lot of time on them. We have enough time. We're going to spend reading and exploring the lore that is made for the game proper, so. Defiance Bay. Our first trip to the city.
Defiance Bay. The city at the heart of the Deerwoods Revolution now seems on the brink of another. Refugees line the streets, homeless and hungry, displaced by White One's legacy, hoping for relief within the city walls, and finding none. Dissidents congregate to protest and to heckle, calling for an end to animancy and the ouster of their duke. The city's militiamen cast fearful looks as they patrol the streets, their hands trembling at the hilts of their weapons. The capital of a country that had not long ago incinerated a god now appears to be a spark away from sharing the deity's fate.
The capital of a country that had not long ago incinerated a god. Adir has told us a little bit about this. Adir and his brother, when their god showed up in corporeal form and said, "I am your god," they revolted. They turned on their god, because how could their god be there in corporeal form? And as he put it, they blew him up. They blew up their god. And there was a war. We met Adir. He was sure that he was going to be hung. Adir was in the Gilded Vale by the Hallows Tree, from which many corpses hung. Yep, the power of belief. The power of belief. It has no match. It has no equal. And in Gilded Vale, they believed that their soulless children, the Hollowborn, their children being born without souls, was something they could stop. And watchers and mystics were brought in, and it was a dead watcher hanging from the tree who first gave us news that we were a watcher. Reeker, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I think I lost some train of thought there. Let's see.
Defiance Bay. I miss Adir already.
Doing well, thank you. We finished Mass Effect last night, Saturday night, so a little bit of a slowdown tonight. Except for the strain on the voice, this should be a pretty chill stream. We'll see where we go from here. What have you been up to? Brackenbury, Catacombs, The First Fires, Hall of Revealed Mysteries, Scrivener's Dormitory, Lumdala's house, the marketplace, and the expedition hall, and of course the tavern. Well, we must start with the tavern. Anyone want a drink? Drinks are on me. So we won't look into their past, but if you see these 3 standing around with yellow tags, all of them have stories. And there are, I don't know how many in the game. Here's another one. How's it look to you tonight, Reeker? I have been running at 2250 for a while. I think we're at 2250 tonight. I've bounced between 2250 and 2500. But it should look better for you if that's the problem. And I bet it's different also if you're watching a partnered stream. There's transcoding. You can watch it on high or medium or low or whatever they have. But most of us are not partnered, so you only get source. And source is whatever bitrate we're streaming at.
Hail, traveler.
The man behind the bar is nearly the size of an Omawa. A handle protrudes from his back, and his face is set in a stoic frown. He gives you a small nod. There's a tiny pewter cup in front of him. He turns it in one broad hand, but doesn't drink from it. Let's see, do we actually have anything we need to sell right now? Well, I'm sorry to hear it's still doing that. You're not the only one, but you are in a minority there. Lamia has also had a lot of trouble, and you're in about the same area. I mean, you're both in Germany, right? Or remind me, Rika, are you in Germany? You're in Germany, not Austria, right? Was it John Z was in Austria? At any rate, most people haven't had trouble, but a few people in Europe have had trouble. And we even tried, one night I streamed right to Frankfurt. I streamed through the server in Frankfurt, and it didn't make any difference. We tried different servers in America. I tried streaming from a Windows computer instead of from my Mac. Tried different encoder settings. We tried quite a few things, so did some more research on it, and it does seem like Twitch is just having gives a lot of people trouble. A lot of people in Europe especially, but it's hit or miss. Same person might have trouble with one stream and not with another. And if that same person goes to a different location, the problem might go away, even in the same country. Airsticks has given us some feedback here, has told me that at home he has trouble watching the stream, and at another location he doesn't. And they're both in the same country. Same stream. So it's a strange networking issue, routing issue, and there just isn't anything the streamer can usually do about it. Besides drop the bitrate a whole lot. Yeah, I wondered too. Although I was reading something today about how much, people think that Twitch is getting very busy, and that if you want to get into streaming on Twitch, there's too many people streaming on Twitch. By the numbers, it's going to be worse on YouTube. It's going to be much worse. So they might have better infrastructure. They might be able to have lower latency or higher quality or more options for streaming and retrieving those streams. But one thing YouTube is not going to have is a clean slate. It's not like people going to YouTube to start streaming are going to have an easier time getting building their stream. Or especially if someone's trying to make money and they want to become a Twitch partner or a YouTube partner, that's going to be a lot harder with YouTube, potentially. There are already so many people on YouTube that it's a different situation altogether. And even though Twitch is getting much busier, it's still probably a lot easier to build a community on Twitch than on YouTube from scratch. An Orlan man relaxes with his feet propped on the table. Patches of dark brown skin peek out from under a full mane of blue-green hair. He and the Orlan woman with him exchange laughs and comments with the trio at a nearby table, and he spins a dagger in his hand. His hazel eyes watch you. You look like you've seen a night or two in the wilds, joining us for a drink. Who are all of you? The name's Two-Tone Wexel. The lady next to me is Key. We've had our fun with the expeditions, but we were hoping to enjoy a little peace and quiet. For the next few weeks, anyway. A man at the next table nods at you. I'm Dreadshot Dayton. This is Hurdy and Ilfa. We were part of separate expedition teams, but we both suffered losses and decided to band together. He ticks several items off his fingers. Beasts, barbarians, biowax. It's a dangerous time to be an adventurer, but a prosperous one, too. At the next table, Daedon raises his glass. And here's to many more prosperous journeys. Is there something else you wanted? Apparently not. Key, Ilfa, Hurdy. So, before we just get lost here...
I'll have it in no time.
Well, first we must go into the chest. What are we looking for? We're looking for the Temple of Wodika. Let's find it. We can come back to the tavern. We're all rested. Ah, wait, hold on. Basic game stuff. I think I've been ignoring all of these prompts. Most of our party members want to speak with us. Should probably catch up on that. Aloth seems lost in thought. He flinches when you draw near, sucking a sharp breath through his teeth.
What can I do for you?
Liege. Liege. What can I do for you, Liege? You've been acting strange. Are you all right? You can start by explaining what's going on.
I wish I could. But as to walking memories and the old man who can no longer distinguish them from reality, I fear I'm at a loss.
His lips twitch into a flat smile.
And if Meerwald is to be believed, it would seem you've an uncertain future ahead.
There's no point in speculating now.
Perhaps Defiance Bay holds the answers we need.
Aloth snugs his cloak about his shoulders, glancing at you out of the corner of his eye. Any thoughts on what I should do next? He tugs at his sleeves. Meerwald urged you to seek out these Leaden Key agents in Defiance Bay, yes? If his condition is any warning, we should find them with all haste.
That old watcher. I don't know what I expected, but it sure wasn't that.
By the way, this is not Troy Baker's voice. I have a really hard time believing that this is not Troy Baker. But I've looked it up, and it is not Troy Baker. You said you had some things you wanted to ask him.
Nah, well, it's kind of embarrassing now. I just got a dumb idea in my head is all. Don't know why I thought it'd work. It's funny. That's probably the first thing I got my hopes up for in, I don't know, years. At least I got that out of it.
Come on, I don't like suspense.
All right. Guess fair is fair, and you did bring me to see him. Those rumors back in Gilded Vale about my brother, Woden, about how he'd turned against us and fought for Wydwin, been on my mind for some time now. The thing about Woden was, he always knew what was right, and that's what he'd do. One day he set out to fight for Dyrwood against a man claiming to be our god. So I knew that's what I had to do, too. It was right. But hearing claims that he'd died fighting for Rhea Seras, that got me worried. Not that he'd chosen the wrong side, but that I had. Didn't seem right what Wydwin had in store, but if he really was Aethys...
He shakes his head. So Aethys was their god. Aethys was their god who showed up in corporeal form, and they turned on him. But his brother switched sides, and his brother was killed. And Adair is doubting himself for the side he chose. And as he put it, when they blew up their god,
I thought, maybe this old Watcher would know how my brother died, so I could see if it was true. Like he could, I don't know, read it in my soul or something. Use our connection. Told you it was dumb.
I don't think it quite works that way.
Of course, I knew the truth deep down. The Watcher's not psychic. I think I just had this idea, and the idea made me feel a certain way, and I didn't want to lose that.
Really, if I wanted to find out anything about my brother, I shouldn't be starting with Watchers. I should be starting with records. So why don't you? Adair thinks a moment, his lips twisted to one side. He raises his eyebrows. If there was anything written down about it, they'd have it in Defiance Bay. They got an archive at the palace.
You've done a lot for me already, but if you could see fit to pay that archive a visit with me, well, you know. Knowing my luck, the records clerk will go crazy and try to kill me. I'd feel better with you in there with me.
You got it. You got it, bud. We'll take you there. Alright, we want to talk to Kana and Sagani, and then we'll go looking for the Temple of Wodeka. Or we'll go to the archive with Adair.
It's good to be on the road again. A wanderlust is nothing rare in the people of Rauatai, but often I think myself alone in loving the land as much as the sea. What shall we see next, I wonder?
I think maybe it was trying to do Kana's voice. Not that I can do voices, but I'm trying to add a little inflection to the voices when I'm reading the parts, and I think it was trying to do a deep Kana voice that really shredded my throat last time. But he's got such a good voice. And technically I have a voice that can go deep. So, tell me about Rauatai.
Ah, Rauatai. Shall I describe the pearl-white sands, the sapphire waters, the multi-hued tiles of the rooftops, like a mosaic upon the coast? Sorry.
Kana chuckles. Was there something specific you wanted to know? Sounds like you miss home. Some parts of it. Those silver cliffs. The sea. Those, at least, no one can change. The day I boarded the ship for Adair, the sunrise was gold upon the water, and I nearly leapt overboard and swam for home. Tell me about the city you're from, Takoa.
Takoa is doubly famed, a royal city and home to the Coral Harbor. The Ranganui's palace is there, and we've a fleet of royal ships sitting outside the Gate of Great Teeth. Every so often, you'll hear the roar of a cannon being tested.
The finest ships in Rauatai, and so the world, are anchored there, and some of our brightest minds toil away at the artillery. My mother, for instance. Kana grins brightly. Myself, I have no talent with gunpowder. Why do you carry a rifle? Takoa is also home to the Lore College, of course, and we get a great many people traveling long distances to speak with the Lore Keeper, or else hear the chants and peruse the books. At least, that is how it was when I was younger. Things were a little different when I left. How so? You might say the winds are changing. The Pahari, they are traditionalists, in a way. The Ranganui's son stands among their number. Talk at the dinner table has changed from how far a fleet Rauatai's ship might sail to how well defended our borders are. How far we have turned from the old ways. Then talk turns to barring Adiran and Valian merchant ships, and, Kana sighs, things were difficult when I left. There was much arguing among the elders. I trust the king has kept the peace, but I worry sometimes that things have taken a turn for the worse. You aren't a traditionalist? Oh, I'm a regular firebrand, if you ask the other chanters. I don't see why I can't appreciate our traditions and chart a better future, but so goes the debate. Takoa has a lot of this artillery. Rauatai has a lot of artillery. We've made great advances with explosives. One of our artillery masters advised on the Godhammer bomb during the Saints' War, actually. In Rauatai itself, our efforts are more modest. Bombards, cannons. We're having some luck with mortars. You might ask my sister if you ever visit Takoa. She captains the Ratuana. She knows far more than I do, and enjoys great fame for it. It may not be very traditional, but even the most strident demagogue won't touch the subject of artillery. They'd lose what support they've gathered. Do only Amawa live there? Far from it. The Amawa arrived more recently, and form the greater number, but others have joined us, so long as they call themselves subjects of the Ranganui. Some of my neighbors are Orlans, for instance. Fine people, though they care little for the sea. Well, we've gone through most of it. Let's go back to the beginning. Tell me about the kingdom of Rauatai in general. It's a long journey by ship to the north, past Ixamitil and across the sea. We have settled much of the Gulf and established more recent trading colonies all along the coast. We live as best we can, like anyone else. Our land is plagued by storms, and so we stand together, whatever corner of Rauatai we hail from. Otherwise, we'd never survive. Kana's quite the talker. Lucky me. What is this sacred book you're looking for?
The Tanvi Oratoa. It's not really a book. It's been passed down over the years in the form of a chant. I actually found it a little strange at first, seeing it set down in stone. It's not quite the same as a song of worship, though we have paeans to the gods as well. More a kind of moral guide. It gives us something to aspire to. The, model of a virtuous citizen of Rauatai.
So, describe this virtuous citizen.
Dutiful, learned, honest. The sticking point is loyal. Loyal to the people of Rauatai above all others. Fearless in their defense and bold in aspiration. Tireless in battle or industry. An inspiration to one's people. But it seems it's not that far a leap from there to the idea that we must cast out foreign influences. There have been arguments as to the chant's true interpretation, new translations even. But any rendition of it I find in the ruins of Engwith will predate those translations by 2,000 years. And finding it here also proves that we still have much to gain from trading with other cultures.
Sorry, let me spelling check. Spelling check. Spelling check. Yeah, anyone who wants to just, as Lamia has said, turn this into an audiobook, I imagine this will be a good game to fall asleep to. probably a good game to fall asleep to. So good night to anyone who's either going to bed or falling asleep to the droning sound of my Kana voice, or my Adir voice, or any of them.
I'd be lying if I said I'm not looking forward to seeing the look on everyone's faces when I get back. But in the long term, I just think that we can learn a lot from the Engwithians. A civilization like that is something to aspire to. A model for Rauatai as a whole, and not just its people.
Guess we'll find out.
And I want to prove that all of this is worthwhile. Traveling, seeing the world for what it is. It's been so different from sitting in the Chanter Hall and studying books.
You think the Engwithians were the true authors?
I don't know that the distinction is necessarily important. Rauatai has a long history, and our people have come from many different places. It matters less who wrote it than that I have found pieces of the verses all around the world. Wherever it came from, it will be Rauatai that decides what becomes of it. All the races and peoples of our kingdom coming together to create a great empire. You see, then, that I am loyal in my way.
All right, I think that's enough for now. Although, no, we need to press him about the Leaden Key at least a little bit. You're being hunted by the Leaden Key? So it seems. It's all rather absurd. What harm could I possibly do them by finding this text? Perhaps they don't like Rauatai. You don't seem worried about this. They haven't had much luck. The last one came up on me at a dig site and slipped on a muddy beam. I tried to catch him, reflex, I should think, but he went right over the side and down 100 feet. I'm not really sure what he had in mind, but I doubt that was it. Who are these people? I thought it was only fair to delve into their activities in turn. I found word of a Leaden Key, but past that it was all ravings and superstitions. I might as well have gone around asking whether someone had ever seen a whale flying through the air. Some might well tell me yes, but the validity of their accounts is questionable. Let's be on our way. Oh, he still wants to talk. We missed something
my friend?
important. How are you holding up, my friend? I'm ready if you are. Okay.
It's good to be on the road again. A wanderlust is nothing rare in the people of Rauatai, but often I think myself alone in loving the land as much as the sea. What shall we see next, I wonder?
Well, we just got a lot of personal history, but tell me about yourself.
What shall I tell? I am Kana
Dialogue options.
born in the royal city of Takoa, from which rules the Ranga Nui. There. That is a solemn enough start. I am a lore chanter in the college there, or at least a student of lore and a chanter both.
The accent's right, but you don't look like you're from Rauatai. Do I not? He grins crookedly. I take your meaning. My family is from the Deadfire Archipelago, but I've never seen the islands. My parents traveled to Rauatai many years before I was born. They found more opportunity in Rauatai. My mother took to crafting cannons, aspiring pirate that she is, and my father's work with coral caught the eye of someone important, and then the Ranga Nui himself. The rest followed. What would you like to know? What's Ranga Nui? Really do want to know. A king, our great king, ruler over all of Rauatai. He's led our people well, and he has treated my family very well. My father and he are great friends, as much as one can be friends with a king. What made you leave the college?
I was on the usual path at first. Theology, the traditions, when the Gate of Great Teeth was completed. It was all my father had hoped for, the greatest commission he had ever received. But it was also a sign that Rauatai was changing, looking inward. Meanwhile, I was neck-deep in the writing of a dozen nations, marveling at all the things that lay beyond our borders.
And in so many of these books and records, I found accounts of ancient Engwith. The Aedirans hold a great hunger for Engwithian relics, and why shouldn't they? It was the civilization from which the Glanfathans learned to read souls. I decided that my third degree would be in history, and that I would study the Engwithans. They were at the heart of so much discussion abroad, so many discoveries. It drew some mockery. We'd watched Aedir draw itself into several conflicts with the Glanfathans over these ruins. Takoa had its own concerns. And soon I found it, a section of the Tanvi Oratoa, in an Aediran translation of ancient Engwithan script. Just there, without explanation. It seemed like a gift from the gods. Tell me about the Gate of Great Teeth. Much as it sounds, a maze of walls. Like the teeth of some nautical terror, it sits outside the city and guards Takoa from invaders and storms. The storms have always been more trouble. Nui Tanri, the angry titans, throwing themselves against Rauatai's shores. Invaders, I am not so sure about. But perhaps I'm like the man who, being dry, throws off his rain cloak during a storm. Kinda laughs. So my mother would have me believe. All right, we'll skip the lore chanters. Let's be on our way. He's content. He's content for the moment. Uno mas. Sagani wants to talk to you. Sagani draws up beside you, her fox following at her heels, and takes a seat next to you.
Even if you are putting one over on me, it's nice to have a hunting party again.
Finding Persoc must be important for you to have traveled so long.
5 years for me. Must be 30-something for Ichimok.
Hearing its name, the fox looks up. What an adventure.
It certainly started out that way.
She grins wearily.
It's been a long hunt. A long time away from my family. Before, I'd crossed the tundra of Nasitok following caribou herds. I didn't want to leave Kalu and our children, but I was eager to visit lands my people rarely do. But 5 years without finding him. It's like 2 hours of necking. I'm ready to be done with it.
Didn't see that coming. Why do you have to find Persoc?
Soul recovery is an old village tradition. We call it the Tarnek Elitsak. Once in a generation, we seek the soul of a much-respected and long-dead village elder. We tell him what's changed in the village, how people remember him. The only other Tarnek Elitsak during my lifetime happened when I was a girl, not long after Persoc died. We feasted on blubber and fermented milk for a week, and we honored the chosen huntress as a hero. Then she left, and we returned to our duties. We still sang her name to the skies during festival season, but we otherwise didn't speak of her.
I'm sure your village still remembers you, Sagani. You're kind to say so, but I am not so fragile that I need my name chanted in the meeting halls.
It's not being forgotten by my village that troubles me, but sometimes I wonder how my husband and children remember me, if they think of me often.
Of course they do. They must. I would like to believe it, and yet sometimes days go by and I realize that they have not crossed my thoughts. Such days are rare, but they happen. She looks away, tugging at the strap of her quiver. It shames me to think of it, but more than that, it scares me.
Still, there's no point in dwelling on it. More often I find myself wondering whether Persoc will remember us. You claim to see souls. What do you think? Do you remember your past lives?
In fragments. She leans a hair's breadth closer. Really? What's that like? It's strange. Feels like I'm going crazy most of the time. There are parts I like, and parts I don't.
Makes me wonder what Persak remembers about our village. Or if a turn at the wheel has yanked the details out of his mind like it does for most of us.
What would you tell him about your village?
Masuk is probably much the same as it was 100 years ago. We live between tundra and frozen forests, and the land takes as much as it gives. But our hardships bring us together. And the elders truly unite us. They keep the stories of past generations, and they guide us from season to season, through good years and lean.
Itumak brushes against her hip, and she scratches his head. Recently, there have been a lot of good years. My aunts say we've had fewer clashes with neighboring villages thanks to the hunting territories that Persak helped establish. In bad years, we rely on trade with the merchants that pass our shores. We exchange walrus tusks and seal pelts for grains that last us the hard winters. Persak brokered a lot of these agreements, too. She holds up the bear figurine. He got this from one of the Almawa ships that used to trade with us. Sounds like Persak did a lot for your people.
That's what I'm supposed to remind him.
She shoves the Adra bear back into her caribou skin pack. Sounds like you're on a hunt of your own, though. You feeling the thrill of the chase? Or ready for this to be over? It's too early to tell. I enjoy the adventure. Every day brings something new. Running around like this keeps me from what matters to me. Does it matter? Does it matter? I don't have much of a choice in this anyway. There's the existential, chaotic answer. Her brow creases. I know what you mean. She rises and stretches, looking around. Might as well keep moving while we've got some daylight. Let's go. Woof. Okay. Well, that was a lot of talkie-talkie. Rather than exploring all the rooms and stealing all the stuff. Yeah, I don't know how this whole playthrough is going to go, but I am thinking that because we're going to focus on lore and story, I don't know how this will work for combat, but we will probably do less side questing. If I were playing this alone off stream, I would just do all the side quests. All the quests! Do all the quests! And we're not going to do all the quests. In fact, what we will probably do is side quests that cross paths with the main quest. I don't know how well that will work. Maybe we'll be underleveled and continually get our ass kicked. We'll find out. But I think until something changes the plan, we're going to try and stay on the main quest line. Keep things moving. Even then, I expect this will be dozens of hours broken up over some weeks. If we don't play a lot of days in a row, it will definitely take a while. But who knows? Maybe we'll do some days in a row. So, we got here to find the Temple of Wodeka. We don't, I don't think, know much about where to find it. Or maybe we were told a little more. Adir is looking for the archives in the Ducal Palace. My stomach has been really grumbly tonight. I have a microphone monitor in my headphones, but I suspect that you can hear more of the little sounds that I'm actually getting. So I am sorry if my stomach has just been grumbling all night. I'm not actually that hungry. I have eaten. It's just grumpy. It's grumpy right now. I think I am going to take a break in a couple minutes. We've gone just about 2.25 hours. So it'll be nice to take a little break. I'm going to make some tea or something. Oh, you don't hear any rumbling. That is good. Thank you. All I know is I can feel it. And even though the mic is kind of pointed this way, the mic here is pointed up. So it shouldn't pick up too many sounds from down below. But I know you can hear the keys and you can probably hear a few other things. Like a hungry tummy. A rumbly tummy. So either we need to ask someone about that temple or we just need to find it. So let's explore a little bit. Psst, over here, miss. Before I ever played this game, I'm not going to spoil it, but I actually saw somebody playing this part before I ever played the game. Gordy. A young boy watches the passerby and counts a grimy handful of coins. His face and arms are smudged with dirt, but except for the grass stains, his clothes are in good condition. As you approach, he blinks and makes a quick, furtive effort to pocket his coins. Hey, miss, want to know a secret? He wipes his nose with a sleeve. I know a real good secret. Looks like we got a little hustler here. Someone raised this kid right. Really? What is it? He shrugs and clasps his hands behind his back, kicking a loose pebble. I just saw some folks hiding some really neat things. I could show you where, but Mom and Dad told me not to talk to strangers. His eyes slowly roll up at you. But maybe you could help me with something. Then we wouldn't be strangers. Help you with what? Gordy's voice suddenly rises in pitch and tempo. The Crucible Knights have these daggers made out of March steel. It's the best steel around, except for Durgan steel, which doesn't count because no one makes it anymore. He stops long enough to catch his breath. Anyway, there's this merchant over by the expedition hall, and he has a dagger made of real March steel. His eyes grow large and round. He said he wouldn't sell it to me because I'm a kid, and kids don't know anything about daggers. But that's not true. I know lots about daggers. I know the different kinds of steel. I know how the Crucible Knights make them in a forge. I know that the tip can pierce low-gauge scale armor. That one's... the one that's good and sharp can cut through bone. So close. So close. See, I know plenty about daggers, and I really, really want this one. And if you could get it... If you could just get it for me, I promise I'll never, ever ask anyone for anything ever again. I used to have a knife when I was his age. I don't know a better way to learn what you should and shouldn't stab. I say we give him a chance. Look at these options. Might grab Gordy by the shirt and hold him above your head. How about you tell me that secret right now before I get angry? You can't have a dagger. You'll poke your eye out. Sounds reasonable to me. I'll get it for you. Gordy jumps up and down, whooping and hollering. I knew a real adventurer would understand. He points to a large building. There's a big merchant over by Admin's Den who sells weapons. He's the one with the dagger. I'll wait right here for you. His gap-toothed grin stretches from ear to ear. I am Gordy. I am Gordy, hear me roar. Find the March steel dagger. But you're not her mother. Fast mode map, okay. Expedition hall, so a vendor over here. I suppose we will. Let's go to the vendor before we explore Brackenbury or the catacombs. Gordy means fatty. Yeah, that's right. My Spanish is 20 years rusty. I think I took 1 or 2 years of Spanish and have forgotten most of it. And there's different there's a masculine and a feminine, right? Isn't there a Gordo and... Or am I wrong? Is it just Gordy? Laura Narmer. Did he say who actually sells it? A merchant selling weaponry. That doesn't look like weaponry. There we go. That looks like weaponry. Igrun stands behind a stall, polishing a broadsword. The patterned flesh around his eyes is crinkled with age, and the muscles in his arms are knotty and lean, but he holds the weapon with ease. He nods at you. Come to take a look. You won't find a finer collection of armor and weaponry in Defiance Bay. Outside Sonild's, of course. Flashes a crooked grin. What's so special about Sonild? From Gordito. Right on. It's good to learn something every day. If you can. It's good to learn something new every day. Even better if you can learn a few somethings. She operates in the expedition hall. He jerks a thumb over his shoulder. Sells the best equipment in the city. But Wennen keeps her on a short leash. Keeps her fine inventory reserved for chartered expeditionists, members of the dozens, and anyone else he takes a liking to. I'm looking for a particular dagger, made of March steel. Just like the Crucible Knights use? Let me guess, you've been talking to that kid, right? He laughs and shakes his head. I'd be tempted to sell it to you anyways and let the little rascal learn his lesson, but a pack of adventurers already took it off my hands. If March steel daggers are only given to Crucible Knights, how did you get your hands on one? Igrun pauses mid-polish, his cloth slowing over the blade. A lot of steel passes through my hands, friend. I don't make it my business to ask where it all comes from. Blackmail him into a discount? Give him a friendly warning that trafficking isn't safe? No. We don't mind. We'll stay out of his business. It's not our business. Fair enough. I don't mean to pry. Those adventurers you sold the dagger to, where are they now? Folk like that only visit Copper Lane to crew up at Admeth's Den Expedition Hall, or down a pint at the Goose and Fox. And since they weren't headed into the den, well, you've got my best guess. I think I know who we're going to talk to. We already spoke with them, didn't we? We went upstairs at the Goose and Fox, and there was a crew of expeditionists. You know, I almost wish we had another fighter in the party. I won't worry about it now, but maybe we should recruit an adventurer, a second fighter, and have a front line with Adir and someone else. I don't know who we'd trade, though. Just feel like having a little more melee would be useful. Alright. Two-Tone, Wexel, Dreadshot Dayton, Hurdy, Ilfa, and Key. The Orlin woman nods at you, a cup of wine in her hand and a scepter across her lap.
Gods keep ye.
Back again, I see. Did you buy a March steel dagger from Igrun? He displays the blade on a flat palm. I did, and a fine piece it is. I don't know of any more circulating in the city, outside the Steel and Crucible Keep, of course. How much to take it off your hands? He turns the blade in the light, admiring it. Seeing as how there's a sudden demand for this, 100 pans seems fair. What do we have? How much do we have? Currency. Well, as long as pans doesn't have some sort of multiplier, I don't mind paying 100 for that. Hello.
Hail and well met.
Fine. I'm certainly not going to kill him for it. Not for Gordy. Gordy hasn't earned the right to turn us into an assassin. Pleasure doing business with you. I didn't, and the real reason I didn't is because getting this stream set up was kind of expensive. My day job, my work is really slow right now. Summertime, it always gets slow. I fix computers and, yeah, it ended today. The encore was the past 24 hours. But, so anyways, green screen, a couple lights, webcam, microphone. I didn't really have a budget for these things, so getting the stream set up kind of ruined my my game budget for a couple months. I don't know. I was thinking about getting some things. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. There were some good... It was a good sale. I tried not to look at it too much because I knew I couldn't buy anything. But I checked in a few times, and they looked like good deals. They really did some good deals. I give myself a game budget each month that's about the cost of one AAA title. So I could either get a few small games or a big game. And once the dust settles from setting up this stream... I mean, I've only been streaming for 5 weeks. I think this is week 6, maybe week 6. And that's where my budget went. Actually, I blew my budget on that. I did not get those things for the price of one game or 2 games, but hopefully it wasn't too bad. Oh, he's still there. Gordy's up all night? Aren't your parents going to be mad, Gordy? Gordy bounces on the pavement. Did you get it? Do you have the dagger? Can I see it? I have the dagger right here. Gordy stops bouncing and stares at it, gaping in awe. It's so sharp. Oh my god. No, come on. Oh no. Oh no. We can't do anything useful. We can toss him the dagger, or we can just give him the dagger. I just know. Why can't we have Sagani talk to him? She's got 4 survival. Can't Sagani talk to him? Please. Please. You just know there was something better. Oh, this is horrible. This is not going to go well. You just know there was something there to mitigate the damage you could do by giving this kid a knife. A deal's a deal. He snatches it out of the air, heedless of anything else. He yanks it out of its sheath and holds the blade up to the light. I am going to be just like the Crucible Knights. He saws and chops at the air. What have we done? What have we done? He flips the weapon into the air and grabs at the hilt, almost slicing his palm open in the process. His eyes dart away from yours as he sheathes the dagger. So, about that secret. Gordy puts his hand up to his mouth and whispers loudly. I saw one of the actors hide something under a loose stone near the theater. Probably nothing as good as a Marchsteel dagger, though. Thank you for telling me, Gordy. Bye. You know, I just don't feel good about that. Where are we going? We're not trying to leave the city. Brackenbury. Oh, we are, sort of. Let's go to Brackenbury. At least we don't have to uncover these city maps. We've got Raymont Manor, the Charred Barrel, House Demel, the First Fires, the Sanitarium, Andra's Gift, and the Hadrit House. Well, that is perhaps not what we're looking for. Let's explore the city. Let's see if we can find this shrine. We can always come back through these areas. And I really should take that break. Give the voice 10 minutes and make some tea. Or I'd make coffee. Coffee would get me more awake, but coffee will dry me out real badly. And the tea, I think, will be better for the throat.
Adair, you have said you fought in the Saints' War, but for which side?
The one that blew up my god.
Told you.
I didn't mean anything by it. I imagine a man with a head made of fire and light could be very convincing.
Funny thing about Dear Woodens. With all that fire and light, they just treated him like another authority figure.
Someone back me up here. That does sound like Troy Baker, right? It's not Troy Baker, but I can't be the only one who thinks that sounds like Troy Baker, right? Or is that just because we hear Troy Baker in everything anymore? Amazing as he is, it is nearly reaching the point, like Jennifer Hale, who I love, it is nearly reaching the point of being able to hear that voice everywhere. You hear it enough times. Grab his purse and go. They were robbing a noble. A noble has been robbed. This man's fancy clothes are ripped, and blood flows from a fresh cut above his eye. He tries to push himself up, but his arm is shaking. He winces painfully. Yeah, I bet you get a few different voices when you can turn on the Spanish audio. You don't have Troy Baker, of course. Yeah, Brazen Corsair. They put a lot sometimes into bad voice work, don't they? I hope it's good, but did you hear what they've done with Fallout 4? Should not get too out of pillars. We don't want to go Fallout here, but the character creator, which has a man and a woman, and apparently you create a child as part of the beginning of the game, maybe? You name your child, and they recorded over 1,000 popular names. So I imagine they had both a male and a female voice actor voice each of them over 1,000 names that you might call your child. So if you call your child Bob, they say Bob. And if you call him Alfredo, they probably call him Alfredo. 1,000 names. Even that's got to be a pretty big amount of data. Sorry. I know the game Black and White. I've never played it. I'm aware of it. Never played it. They did that there too. It's a tough call when you're making a character. Take something like The Witcher. You're Geralt. That's it. So they can really develop his character. As soon as they let you have a name and your own face, it becomes like this. No one can say your name. Shepard. Everyone has to call you Shepard. It's... Even that, they did a good job. You have male and female, but you can't be Turian, you can't be Krogan, you have to be human. because that would take way too much work to voice and revoice all the dialogue for different races. When they did it in Dragon Age, Inquisition, I mean, when they went and gave you more options, and when they said they were going open world, you just had to worry a little bit that they weren't going to be able to have as much crisp lore surrounding your character, history. The interactions were going to have to be a little bit shallow because they had to account for human and dwarf and elf and male and female and... Yeah, that would be great. Well, who knows? Maybe Andromeda will actually let us play more races. I don't think so. I'm guessing they'll do the human thing again. Did they say? Did they already say? I'm guessing it'll be male or female human again. But we'll see what happens. Oh, this poor noble. I think the noble's dead. We just left him bleeding out for a few minutes. Helping him up. Thank you, he gasps as he rises. My head. Should I teach those thugs a lesson? Just let me get clear of this place first, yes? He sighs and rubs his head. Andra's gift was never this bad. Even a night with Ikali isn't worth this. He limps away. Well, we must be next to a brothel. Sounds an awful lot like a brothel. Oh, that would be great.
Nothing like this in
That would
Gilded
be very
Vale.
creepy.
Just Wallaruna the milkmaid. She knew what she was doing. Overfried cod, watered ale, and prostitution. A bastion of Deerwooden culture.
I don't see a problem
Visit new
with that.
lands, see the sights. I do love travel.
Now to find a home for my other staff.
Oh, boy. Did you catch that? Very nice. Durance, that's classy. I'm grabbing that link. Going to grab that link. This is Black and White. Whisper voice. Cool. I will check that out in a little bit. Actually, I might check that out. Let's take our break here in the brothel. If you just got here, sorry about the break. It's been 2.5 hours. We'll probably go at least 5 tonight. So we're at about the halfway point. Fluffy Bunny, thank you for the host. I am about to take a very quick break. How you doing, Kelly? I got to stretch. Bio, grab some tea. But I hope you hang out for a little bit. I hadn't seen you in a couple days, Kelly. And I'll be right back. Give me 5 or 10 minutes. Smoke them if you got them. If anyone is crashing, since it's 2 or 3 or 5 in the morning somewhere, I bid you good night and hope to see you on the other side. Tomorrow, we probably won't do Pillars tomorrow. We're going to do a few more hours of Pillars tonight. And either we will or we won't do Pillars tomorrow. If we don't, it could be Left Behind DLC, Last of Us DLC. Might even start on The Witcher 2. And I'm open to suggestions, but we will probably not do Knights of Pillars back to back. Kelly, did you pop into channel here? It looks like Kelly set up a host, but he's not in channel. If anyone sees Kelly pop into channel, Fluffy Bunny, tell him hi for me. Yes. Yes. Or am I not? Did something happen? Sorry, Darky, if I confused you there. No, I figure some people are going to take off while I'm on break. It's getting very late in Europe, so just thought I'd cover that. I will be right back. Let's see. Get a pause here. And I'm sure the music that I put on won't match the game at all. So if you can't stand chiptune electronic, you're going to have a few minutes of it. We're not setting up. Let me change that message there. Quick break. I'm just going to leave the game music on since it's going to play. You don't want to hear any chip tunes over that anyways. Be right back. All right, back. Let's see. I know that feeling, Darky. It's been a long time, but I don't think I'll ever forget that feeling of just wanting to eat whatever. Oh, boy. Slaughterhouse. Is that, is Slaughterhouse the really old side-scroller that was on TurboGrafx? Is that Slaughterhouse? That's what I'm thinking of. Let me see here. Slaughterhouse. How about the game? Slaughterhouse game. Not banned. Slaughterhouse. No, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of something else then. I guess not. I guess not. I don't think I've ever played Slaughterhouse. Splatterhouse, thank you. Brazen Corsair, that's what I was thinking of. That was originally on, or maybe it was an arcade game, and then TurboGrafx 16. I remember it being a big deal when it came out. I think I've seen it played at a GDQ, like Summer Games Done Quick or Awesome Games Done Quick. Pretty sure I've seen someone play Splatterhouse at one of those quickly, very quickly. Hey, brothel. Perfect. And they're here for everyone.
Greetings.
The Amawa woman watches you suspiciously. One hand is tensed at her side, but as you approach, she relaxes and gives you a friendly, if weary, smile. I don't see many outfitted like you who aren't looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you? If you hear some clomping around, one of my dogs has come up here. Or you want to say hi? You want to say hi? Let me hit the mute here. So here's one beast. She doesn't like standing up too much. Yeah, she's a little grumpy about that. She thought it was such a good idea to come up here and say hi. She's gone now. Screw that. That was the black and white one. Lonnie, that's who just came up. Yeah, she's pretty big. She's pretty big. She's about... both my dogs are somewhere between 60 and 70 pounds. And they're both huskies. And the red and white one has one blue and one brown eye, which is pretty neat. All right. And I when I started streaming, I kept the gate at the bottom of my stairs closed so that they wouldn't come up here. I'm glad there's some dog people in channel. I know there's a lot of cat people on Twitch. I'm more of a dog person, mostly because I'm allergic to cats too. So I've never had the opportunity to be a cat person, but dogs, just love dogs. I don't know what we would do without dogs. You like dogs? Like dogs? So what are Amawa in generic fantasy terms? Oh, that's not a bad guess. I mean, I don't have, I'm not sure I have the answer. Fae-like. Fae-like, that's maybe Fae-like. I'll pay you $100 million for both of them. Oh boy. Yeah, I had a husky who lived to 14. She lived to 14 and some. You did mean Splatterhouse. I've never played it though, Lamia. Oh. 16. Wow. Yeah, that's that is an old dog. That is an old dog. Dog, cat, and lizard. I have a client who has a zoo. They have well, they're divorced now, and their ex-wife took the African Grey, but he missed his African Grey so much that he got another African Grey who hates him, who absolutely hates him, hates all men. So this guy has an African Grey, a large, are cockatiels also the very large ones? He has 3 parrots. He has 3 parrots that are very large, and then some smaller birds, and a tortoise. And he had another tortoise that didn't survive something, and a couple dogs. And his entire house is just covered in bird and tortoise shit. And as much as I like the guy, and he's a really good client, I like all those animals too, but I always have to wash my hands very quickly when I leave his place. I almost need to change my clothes. Well, you really know the game then, huh? I only sort of know what you're talking about from watching it played. Splatterhouse and the cutscenes. That's right, he's trying to rescue his girlfriend, something like that. Oh my god. That's my neighbor who passed away had a cat who lived about that long, I think about 20 years. What kind of trouble is your brothel having? We'll mix in a little game here too. A frown ripples across her blue facial markings. The kind that's bad for business. Local rowdies have taken to harassing my hard-working boys and girls, and our customers. They started showing up after this rash of Hollowborn, and they've been driving my regulars away. Yeah, Lamia, I'll add it to the list. We could probably play it on an emulator. We'll definitely... I'm not sure how I want to fit it in the schedule. You've seen me try with extra Sunday streams, but I want to have some days where we play retro games, older games, emulated games. On my short list, I want to get to Jones in the Fast Lane. If anyone knows Jones in the Fast Lane, I want to play that one day. It'll probably be boring on stream, but it might be cool. Might work out. I want to play some of the Leisure Suit Larry games. And Space Quest, King's Quest, I want to go back to those. I have some favorite Nintendo games, and yeah, there's sort of a long list of shorter games that we could probably do in one night each. We'll put Splatterhouse on there too. DuckTales Remastered, I want to play that one on stream. Yeah, I was thinking about doing Leisure Suit Larry 3 first. Is that Passionate Patty's Pulsating Pectorials something? The one where he goes to the island. The one where you go to the island. And then there is no 4. So we'll probably might skip 1 and 2 and do 3 and 5 and maybe 6. I've never played 6. I've only played 2, well, 1 and 2 and 3 and 5. You have to stream for the rest of your life. Yeah, it's starting to look that way. We're never going to get through all these games. Not at the rate I'm playing. We're actually doing all right. I think we've been going about one big game a week. With these 50, 60-hour games, we've been doing them in a week. Each about Aliens versus Predator. Which one is that? The 2000? AVP 2000? You don't like Leisure Suit Larry, huh? I never played Magna Cum Laude. Though I think I got it as part of the GOG. I got a Leisure Suit Larry deal on GOG, so I might have Magna Cum Laude too. Huh. Good times. Good times. No, come on, Brazen Corsair. We're talking highbrow stuff here. Leisure Suit Larry is elevated humor. It's up there. Okay, I've been looking for someone to help me clean things up around here. The knights are too busy sniffing around Duk Ivar to bother with us commoners in the gift, and I'd just as soon not deal with their bureaucracy anyways. You need me to make an example out of those thugs. Can't say I'd mind that, as long as it solves the problem. ...2007. Darky, that might... Yeah, I'm not sure which I was thinking of even. I just know that there have been a couple, and that one of them's considered really good, right? And the other's considered not so good. Next try. Lamia, once again, good night. Good luck on good night. Best of luck. You know, I have a hard time getting to sleep too after these streams. I'm so wired. It doesn't matter if the stream was quiet or loud after the stream, and even if I don't come up with any good highlights, it takes hours to wind down. And what you don't see is I put on these orange glasses after the stream so I can stop looking at blue light and start to tune out. It's tough though. The hardest part of the stream is getting to sleep before 3 in the morning. And I know it's even later for some of you. It's already 3 in the morning, or 4, or 6. Since Lemmy is gone, it's time to talk dinosaurs. Yeah, Darky got timed out for being all about the dinosaurs. Everybody up, get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Have any of you played Saints Row 4? I'm sorry, we're not doing Pillars right now. I know I came back from the break half an hour ago and we haven't moved out of the brothel. But off stream yesterday, Lamia and I were playing some Saints Row 4. And if you've ever played it, and if you've ever played the DLC, it's the I don't even have words, but you get to ride. Darky, you need to play Saints Row 4. You get to ride a Velociraptor. You get to ride a Velociraptor to Everybody Walk the Dinosaur. Okay, I'll just say that. So you need to play Saints Row 4 and the DLC. Okay. Try and get back to the game here. These thugs tend to roam in groups, which suggests to me that these aren't random incidents. You put a stop to these attacks and I'll find a real nice way to thank you. She winks. Got me? If she means to bake us something, my vote's for cookies. Me too, Adair. Me too. But I don't think she's talking about baking. With the little poor boy. I don't know about the little rich girl, but you're not thinking of Pete's Dragon, are you? The Disney one with the live-action kid, Elliot, and the dragon. Because he was a very poor boy, but I don't think there was a little rich girl in it. So maybe that's not what you're thinking of. Supply and demand. Find and confront the thugs. Someone is organizing them. And the queen. Well, maybe we'll find the thugs. Maybe we'll find the thugs. But we're still looking for the Temple of Wodeka. Trying to stay focused. So we'll come back to the brothel. Or the thugs will be right here. Harassing thug. What have we here? You know what? I made tea and I forgot all about it. Let's drink some tea. What have we here? Another tourist in the gift. He nods to his shifty-eyed companions. Let's give her a proper welcome. Yeah, there's no way I'm paying them. There's no way I'm paying them. Yeah, we're not... No talking here. No talking here. I'm walking here. I'm walking here. Oh, yes. Dragon, not dinosaur. Thank you. Thank you. We're a little confused about dragons and dinosaurs. You know, big, green, scary things. Thug, thug, thug. None of these are named? Ah, well, if none of them are named, then they're in trouble. Interdiction. What do you got, Nagani? Wounding shot. Field triage. Just wounding shot. Because. Knockdown. Guy in the front. Aloth, what do you have? Blind them all. I like the music. Let's, me and my wolf. Leroy! I think my area spells failed miserably. And these harassing thugs have really done a number on Adair. In no time at all. Where's my heal? The whole yes, the whole dinosaurs breathing fire thing. It's very confusing. It's very confusing. Boy, I wish you could spin the camera in this game. You can't. You can't. You can pan it. You cannot spin the camera. Well, these thugs were a little tougher than I gave them credit for. Another heal. What? We're back. No, I don't know that one.
Did it just get quiet?
Did it just get quiet because Durance died? Nice. This will not go well, apparently. So much for Leroy Jenkins. Leroy, you betrayed us again. And I'm gonna hit a deer if I fire that off. Looks like all three of them have turned to face Adir. How many? What does Kana have? 3. Alright, so we can bring out some skeletons. Let's bring out some skeletons. Adir's not even facing the enemy we told him to attack. Not even facing. Now he's facing it. Sloppy. There goes our caster.
Damn it!
I think the skeletons are doing most of the work here. I'll tell you what, half of you work on this guy. Can she triage herself, maybe? That didn't work. I guess the answer is not really.
Hey.
We're not very competent fighters yet, are we? Rusty bronze key. I was attacked by the thugs who are harassing the brothel patrons. One of them may have evidence of a larger plot. One of the thugs dropped a key that looks like it belongs to a house in Andra's gift. Abandoned house. Abandoned house. Ramshackle house. I'm guessing it's one of those. Let's try Ramshackle. And that's part way to Heritage Hill. We're looking for Wodeka's shrine, wherever that is.
Gods damn that son of a cool.
The angry woman clenches her jaw and stares out towards the harbor with glimmering golden eyes. Eventually, sensing your presence, she turns her feathered head toward you. Want to run it down on its luck, Valiant Trading Company? If you have more than half a brain, you could really do something with it. She clenches her jaw and continues quietly. I know Godzilla has some serious lore, but I don't know it. As long as you're willing to clean up a few bloodstains, enough silver and gold, you'd be surprised how well you can clean up just about anything. True enough, Verzano's just lucky no one's trying to pay him in steel these days. She grits her teeth. Sooner or later, his luck will run out. The woman looks back at the warehouse for a moment and grimaces. After a slight nod in your direction, she storms off. Oh, okay. Alright, well, I guess we didn't make a friend there. Yeah, I pretty much do the same thing. I end up hopping on mobile. I tell myself I'm going to turn off the lights and go to bed, and then I take a mobile device and set it next to the bed. I need some sort of a sleep timer for Twitch on mobile devices. I've also had to switch which streams I watch just because of the overlapping times. I have to watch late streams now. There we go. Unlock with Rusty Bronze Key. Let's, it's kind of a waste of supplies. Can't, alright, and they won't even let us. Let's rest before we go in there. I assume we'll get in a fight. If it's the leader, we will probably get in a fight. So let's go rest up at the brothel. Surely they have a bed for us. Which one are you thinking of on the GameCube? I don't think I played it, but there are a lot of destroy all monsters. What am I thinking of going way back? Rampage. I mean, you've got games like Rampage. I'm sure you don't mean that.
Welcome.
I'm here for some quiet time. Actually, more interested in the common room. It's cheaper than camping supplies, anyways. Much better. Oh, Bright Hollow. Something about Bright Hollow. Maybe our, what did we do? Did we do
Sagani,
the keep?
does your fox bite?
Yes.
Can I pet him anyway?
It's your hand.
I'm gonna pet him.
So pet him. So pet him. Seems like they tried to do similar party banter. Well, to a lot of games, I guess. But the party banter, the companion banter in Dragon Age Origins is so good. You got especially Morrigan and anyone. Where are we going? We're going back to the Ramshackle house. Oh, and Bright Castle. Bright Hollow. Bright Castle, Bright Hollow, same thing. Completed the restoration. So we did Bright Hollow proper so we could rest. We don't have enough money for the main keep, and we can't do other things before the main keep, so I guess we're stuck. We need to make some money. Unless we just want... I think those are mostly aesthetic. You get some prestige. Otherwise aesthetic. Try slow mode instead of normal mode. I don't think I've ever tried slow mode as a combat tactic. Let's see what it does.
How do you do?
Well, that's a surprise. It didn't look like someone... I was expecting a man's voice. It's isometric. What can you see, really? Effrey wears a defiant expression and a sturdy yet battered suit of armor. She seems to bear each scratch and ding with pride. You don't look like one of the knights. Can I help you with something? I'm here about the trouble at the Salty Mast. Ordinary kith are angry, as they should be with that crooked Amawa toadying up to the nobles. She sneers. She's using the tragedy of Waidwin's legacy to line her pockets. She's no better than the Adiran overlords we drove out 200 years ago. Now, you're a logical sort. Maya's made it so only the rich can afford her establishment, yet she sits in the poorest district of Defiance Bay. What do you think's gonna happen? It is. There were no contours to be seen, which, of course, makes sense. We've taken matters into our own hands, but she's the real criminal here. Why don't you tell her to back down? It's a good point. I'll see if I can get Maya to lower her prices. Ah, we don't have a lot of extra options, do we? I mean, the violence is no good, but she didn't make a whole lot of a case there. But she says the brothel is gouging people. Wait, gouging people, so they started attacking people. I think there's more to this. I wish we could get more out of her. Intellect, resolve. I'm feeling like a pretty stupid character right now. That's a good point. I'm with you. I'm with her. Die now. Well, we'll do a little dialogue here. I don't feel like assaulting them right now. I'm glad you see our side. Well, we'll see about that. I'm not so sure we see your side. And we won't steal the meat off your table. Actually, let's keep looking for Wodeka's shrine, and when we make our way back down towards the brothel, we'll go there. So what we were trying to do, we started in Copper Lane, we checked Brackenbury, we're in Undra's Gift. We've got 2 more places that we might find the shrine. So let's go to Heritage Hill. I'm trying not to slurp the tea. I end up drinking too much and pouring it down my face. It's awesome. Should probably just slurp the tea. Best turn around, traveler. Heritage Hill is closed. Well, that didn't get us very far, did it? Just a car.
Well met, friend.
Sorry, but this district's closed by order of the Duke himself. How do I get inside? Trust me, you don't want to, the guard shrugs. But if you were really set on seeing this for yourself, I suppose you'd have to get permission from Wyla at the keep in First Fires. Was there anything else? Would some coin open the gate for me? The guards glance at each other. Look, we could get in a lot of trouble for this. But then, it's not like you said you could make things worse in there. You hand us 1,000 pans, and I'll open the gate and then look the other way. And don't bother trying to bargain us down. That money will make sure our families are okay if we're found out. Found out. Never mind, you cannot have all of our money. What's going on in there? Both guards look at each other. Look, even if I were allowed to tell you, I don't rightly know. All I can say is whatever it is, started about 2 months ago. The guards that closed the gate talked of something unnatural that still wakes them in the middle of the night. I don't want to know any more than that. Farewell. So how do we get to the First Fires? Not here. Not from here. And not from there. Maybe from Copper Lane?
How's the hand?
Turning purple. I'd have to cut it off.
I warned you not to pet him.
If I'm not supposed to pet him, why is he so soft?
Hey, dear, we need you to keep your hand. We need you to keep your hand. Hall of Mysteries, Dormitory, World Map. So none of these paths lead to the First Fires. Oh, this one right here does. The one we are next to does, somehow. Okay, then. We'll take it. Crucible Keep, Brackenbury. Temple of Wodeka. Andra's Gift. So we could have gotten here from Andra's Gift. The Embassy, the Palace, and Heritage Hill. Cool. All right. The stones of this ancient tower have been blackened by centuries-old fires. Surrounded by a patch of wildflowers, it looks like a memorial.
Well, this would be our Church of Wodeka. Dear Woodens. Probably the first thing we burned during the Revolution.
Praise to the exiled queen. May her crown be restored and her justice prevail. Come to pay your respects to the queen that was.
A ghost hovers in the middle of the ruin, reciting blessings and prayers. Even as the spirit's form shifts and swirls, it retains the face of an elderly man, and robes that mark wealth and status. It turns to you. Who are you?
Lord Ardwellen Rugford III, and pleased to make your acquaintance. I came to the Deerwood on one of the first ships from Adia, and unlike the yokels and hut dwellers around here, I still keep to the old ways.
His cloudy eyes swim with resentment. It's truly a pity to see what the locals have done to Wodeka's house of worship. You know that you're a ghost, right?
I beg your pardon? Is this some sort of joke where you come from?
I am serious. Just look at yourself.
A madhouse. That's what this town really needs.
I believe I saw a sanitarium. He closes his eyes and massages his temples with wispy fingers. I was told I'd find the Temple of Wodeka here.
And so you did. These savage colonists may have burned it down, but worship of the Oathbinder is alive and well. These stairs lead to the main sanctum.
What stairs?
These stairs, of course. The sanctum was always below ground, adjacent to the catacombs, so it wasn't destroyed by the fires.
The ghost gestures to an impassable pile of rubble. Like the rest of the ruin, it seems to have remained untouched for over a century. Tell me where I'd find an entrance to these catacombs?
There are various entrances throughout Defiance Bay, but I dare say the easiest to reach is in Copper Lane. I haven't been to that part of town in ages, but as I recall, it's somewhere near the southern gate.
I'd like to know more about Wodeka.
A queen among the gods. She oversees laws and oaths. Everything has a rightful place, and Wodeka watches over them all. Of course, not everyone accepts this. Even among the other gods, her authority is questioned. But Wodeka is also goddess of memory and vengeance, and she remembers. She'll remember every slight and trespass when she reclaims her throne.
What are you doing?
Worshipping Wodeka, the exiled queen and oathbinder. I come every day to offer my devotion. I'd love nothing more than to book passage back to Adia, but it is my Emperor's wish that I serve in these barbaric lands. And so I do.
That's too bad, isn't it? That's really too bad. I was wondering if they might have a rule. That is a shame. That is a shame. We'll have to think about that. Wonder if there's a way around that. Probably not. Well, if they said it explicitly, we won't be breaking that rule. But that's too bad. I guess it makes sense. Just a little bit too pointed. I mean, it's not like The Witcher doesn't have some pretty serious, suggestive stuff in it, or lots of other games. Godlike Fire Monk, level 4. You know, Fury, welcome, by the way. I've never played Icewind Dale. I've never even played Baldur's Gate 1 or 2. So this is pretty much my first Infinity Engine game. And the closest I've played to an isometric RPG like this is playing Dragon Age Origins on PC in isometric mode. It's awesome, isn't it? I'm loving the environments and the characters and the lore. I'm not loving the combat so much. I like the isometric combat in Origins, Dragon Age Origins, a lot better so far. Maybe I'll get the feel for it. How are you handling the disengagement attacks? Penalties. So if you're fighting and you try to move around and they hit you with those penalties. Sagani draws up next to you. You all right? Looked almost like you'd lost your footing for a minute. It feels that way when I see into the ether. We'll have to check. I think I'm about 5 or 6, Fury. We'll check here in a sec. We started this playthrough a few weeks ago. This is only day 2, but we actually started a few weeks ago. So I'm still catching up with where we were. She watches you quietly. You really are a watcher, aren't you? Once in a great many generations, one of my people is born with the ability to speak to souls. Usually, such individuals become elders, or a lone set of tracks in the snow. She cocks her head. I would have thought my journey would be easier if I could see what you see. But looking at you, I am not so sure. Neither am I. Believe it or not, I once would have rejoiced to know I'd be picked to travel far in search of something great. But even these gifts come with a cost, don't they? Forgive me if I was a little skeptical of your abilities before. I can't say I've met a real watcher before. Did I call her a witcher? I might have called her a witcher once there. Oh, don't worry about her. She just likes doing that from time to time. Seems to cheer her up, so I just let her. Once you've seen it a few times, the shock wears off. Every time she goes a little strange in the face, I try and see if I can hear anything. Kana grins. It hasn't worked so far. See if you can get her to tell you what the spirit said. So we are... No, we're only level 3. I thought 5 or 6. We're only level 3. We're right there with you. You said you're level 4 now, so we're very close. And we haven't created any from scratch companions. We've only picked up the ones we've ran into, so we're all about to be level 4. We just acquired the keep, and we're a little bit too broke to upgrade much in the keep right now. Because I'm doing a lot of reading here, and because it's on stream, we're not doing as much side questing. We'll do what we run into, but we're going to try and stay on the main quest. This would be a neat game, if they could figure out how to make the party dynamic work multiplayer. No, Fury, it makes perfect sense. If I were playing this off stream, I would be doing all the side quests, and instead of... so here's what we did. When we got to Gilded Vale, we didn't take all the side quests. We didn't You should. No, you should. You absolutely should do everything. And that's what I would do if I wasn't streaming. However, if we did that on stream, we would have spent probably 10 hours doing Gilded Vale main side quests. And Caed Noir, we certainly got the endless paths below Caed Noir. And we've hardly picked up, we just got to Defiance Bay, but we've hardly picked up any side quests. I am sure that we could have sunk 20 hours into the game by the time we got here, or 30. Instead, we've got about 8 or 10. I think you're doing it right. I just don't want to torture everyone with a million side quests. Especially if I'm already torturing everyone by reading all the dialogue. Maybe it's a good torture. Maybe there's a lot of masochists who are watching. So, we're looking for the catacombs. And I think I saw the entrance to the catacombs from Copper Lane. Not from Brackenbury, from Copper Lane. I'm a little worried about being underleveled. My plan might all fall apart. If we try and push ahead on the story quest at level 3, I don't know how the game balances for that. And so far, we're nearly getting killed in every fight, so we might need to stop and backtrack and do some leveling up. Who knows? Tell you what, we're going into the catacombs. We might find out very soon if this plan is a wash or not. And if it is, it is. We'll go level up. We'll spend a day leveling up, doing side quests. Maybe it is, but I played a little bit of this before Fury. I played basically as far as we've played now, and I spent more time in it. I spent about 30 hours just going this far. I haven't found any yet. I haven't found any rogues yet. The only characters that I found before that I haven't found again is the Mother. I believe she's called the Mother. Where am I here? Next to the door. And which is the race with the feathered head? We just ran into someone who I think can be a party member. Dead Initiate. As you approach the dead man, you can feel the faint traces of his soul lingering, a stunned uncertainty holding it in place. Orlin. That's right. The Orlins weren't the short ones? Yeah, you're moving along. If you've only played an hour and 30 minutes, you're moving along. We're moving very slowly. We're reading everything and taking it all in. When you near, without warning, the soul hurries toward you, as though you were a solitary light in the dank gloom of this place, come to usher it away. Its essence invades your consciousness. You are in a different body now, walking deeper into the catacombs, cloaked in a dark robe with a mask pulled over your face. You're following a familiar path along the canal, heading to a room built around a statue of a figure wearing a robe much like yours. Others await, clothed in hoods and shadows. Ahead is another figure dressed like you, traveling in the same direction. You don't know his name, and that's how it's supposed to be. Out of the darkness, something monstrous grabs the other figure. You turn to flee, but find yourself face to face with the troll. The panic pounding through your brain is interrupted by razor-edged teeth and claws. You snap yourself out of the dead man's memory. The corpse lies on the damp and grimy ground. His hood and mask are missing, and his clothes are shredded. Yeah, back in Gilded Vale, I imagine you did the Lord Redrick quest line. We did not do it here, but when I started this game before, I did play that quest line through. That was tough. It was actually tough. Quite tough.
Yeah?
Sneaky time.
Sure.
Ooze. So we've got oozes. Oozes down that away. A troll over here. Let's see if we can scout past the troll without getting spotted. Oh, that didn't work very well, did it? Yeah, this is what keeps happening. Black ooze, lesser black ooze. And if we race back towards the party, I have a feeling the troll will see us as well. Ah, well, so be it. Let's at least have a deer form a front line all by himself. Maybe we'll have the wolves come up too. A wolf and the fox.
Brave does he not believe.
Yeah, the troll definitely saw us. Okay, so mark the troll. Attack the troll. Blind the troll. Knock down the troll. Halt the movement of the oncoming oozes. And we'll wait for Kana to build up some stances. See if you can hobble the troll. Everybody on the troll. Kana's got 3 stances up already. That was quick. Let's call out some skeletons. Everybody on the troll, including the skeletons. Okay, not so bad. Everybody on the ooze. Fury, I'll tell you, I actually do like the combat. I like this style of combat a lot. I'd say what my frustration with it is not, it's probably something I'll get over. If I want to set up a battle, if I want to position everyone, like, say this door we're going to be our choke point, let's just try it. So we want to put a deer kind of near the door.
All right, then.
Good question, Brazen Corsair. It's a mix. No, it is a lot like D&D. It's not... I think it's more like D&D 2. Is it 2.5? One of the older rule sets. So let me give you an example. Durance the priest. Durance the priest is basically a cleric. And so he does have first level spells like D&D. As a cleric, they're granted innate. He doesn't have to pick them. And most of them are per rest. So, come on, let me clear this here. Come on.
If it makes
no,
you
don't do
rest
that.
easy.
Durance, please. Trying to get the numbers here. Where are they shown? Well, okay, 1 per encounter on a special innate skill, but on the standard spells, they're per rest. So I have 2 level 2 spells per rest, 4 level 1 spells per rest. Wizards, It's sort of classic D&D. You have to have a grimoire. You can collect multiple grimoires. So you have, you not only have to memorize the spells. This level 1, level 2. We could actually go and learn. Let's do this here for a minute. We got a new grimoire. Merwald's grimoire. There's got to be some spells in here we haven't learned. Yeah, he's got a level 3 spell, so we have to both pay if we want to learn it. Learn Fireball. Yes, please. So we've learned Fireball, and now we could go back to our grimoire and put it in our grimoire. But a wizard spells are all per rest, I think. Maybe as a couple special conditions. But 4 level 1s, 1 level 2. Or at least that's what we have left. Sorry, I'm rambling here. But then you've got Chanters, and Chanters are like bards, and they have a great system. You actually get to prepare your chants from a... As you learn your skills, you get to pick these individual stanzas, and you can mix them together. Although we don't need to duplicate that. Once enough stanzas have been sung, it unlocks the those level spells. So I've never been good with a bard in D&D. I've never really played a lot of pen and paper, but I think that's kind of classic bard. You have to sing enough before you can unleash spells. So wizards have mostly per rest.
What?
Clerics have a mix of per rest and innate.
On your
Bards,
word.
it's all innate, but you have to sing enough stanzas. That was probably 10 times the answer you wanted, and not even a good answer, but I bet you got the idea. Anyways, the combat that frustrates me a little bit is not being able to effectively work tactics, because you can set up your initial position, but then when the enemies move and flank, and you try and move and flank, this game has that disengagement penalty. So you take a severe hit to defenses. Nice. Well, if you've got a degree in game design, then you could talk circles around whatever I could say about the mechanics. But I love it too. I love game mechanics. They are, whether they're the mechanics that are intended or the ways you can break and manipulate them. Playing Neo in the Matrix and just trying to work around the game mechanics and break through them, it's a lot of fun. So I might set up a really nice...
Aye?
Not that we really want our caster in the front, but if he were going to throw out a good spell or a cone, a couple archers, and then who do we actually want to pull? Because of the disengagement penalty, we don't necessarily... I mean, I can sneak in there, but if I get seen, I'm going to get slaughtered on the way back, probably. A deer, he can hardly sneak, but if we send him in, we need him to tank. So who goes in? Who pulls the mobs? I guess we'll send a pet. All right, they've been spotted.
Brave thou
Come on.
Philotheli.
Come on. So let's wait for them to get to the door, and then everybody on the target.
Got him!
It's effective. No problem. We got a choke point. Pretty straightforward, very effective. But if we try to manipulate combat in a big open arena, we can't move around during the fight. Not effectively. We can't reposition. So whatever our initial position is seems to be what we're pretty much stuck with. And when it doesn't go well, everything just devolves into a big zerg. In my experience. And I'm sure once I learn to play better, that'll change.
Laying low.
There are some mods for this game that are meant to make it more like the classic Infinity Engine games. Rule sets that are more like those. And they removed the disengagement penalty. I guess these are more messages from Kickstarter backers. Okay, we're not going to read all of those. So, maybe the right thing to say, Fury, isn't that I don't like the combat, it's that I don't like that I'm not better at it yet. I guess I figured having some experience playing Dragon Age this way, Origins this way, would help, but not as much as I thought.
Huh?
I'm sorry? What does it say I'm trying to do? Whatever it said I'm trying to do, I wasn't trying to do.
Reveal.
So who would have seen that trap coming? I didn't see it coming. Rugged Wilderness Hat of Constitution. It didn't hurt that badly.
Laying low.
Yeah?
I'm guessing more of these are trapped. So who would actually see the traps? Is it someone with mechanics? Stop it. We're not trying to do anything with the stronghold. Aloth has mechanics, right? Disarm, difficulty 4 traps. Yeah, we've been giving Aloth mechanics, but not stealth. So, it's an interesting combination. Smell any traps? Well, good luck to you. Three lockpicks.
Yeah?
Ah, I did it again. Lovely. Oh. Well, that sounds nasty. That sounds nasty. At least we got out of there quick. Fine mail armor. So we have Saints War Armor, Pierce Proofed, Second Chance, 3 damage reduction for Pierce. I think we're going to switch that up. Good, our tank needed some proper armor. I don't know if anyone else can wear that suit effectively. Heavy armor. Well, I guess he could wear it. Brigandine. DR10. Saints War Armor. 7 with some modifiers. I'm wearing Brigandine. Let's switch that up. I'm going to take his armor. See if we can't do better with that. It looks good, too. What are we doing down here? Never far from the queen. Find a way into the temple. An old spirit haunting the temple told me about an alternate entrance through the catacombs. Should be near the southern gate. All right, well, we are in the catacombs.
And what does the flame reveal?
I shall be discreet.
Not at the pace we're running. That's not very discreet, to be honest. Leroy Jenkins. I doubt we can knock down a slime, but we're gonna try. I actually think that worked. We might have got, I don't know how that worked, but a knockdown on an ooze. That may have occurred.
Yeah?
Hey, everybody, go. I think Adir was the only one attacking. For a minute there.
Huh?
Nice and quiet.
Alright, well, let's bring everybody up here. I guess I've been spotted. That's too bad. Let's get out of here. Sorry about all the menus. I have, I'm using a Logitech keyboard with a bunch of key mappings. And I have a cheat sheet that I made for all the key mappings I set up, but then I went and changed them tonight. I changed a few. So I keep getting my pauses and maps and fast modes all mixed up here.
Right.
Come on, bring the whole party here now. Ah, we're toast. That's nice. We're not toast? I don't know who healed us. We don't have any auto heal, I don't think. They're retreating. Or not. Or not. Ricky's already down. Damn. A little late. The difference between a coordinated attack and an uncoordinated attack is just everything. Well, that was painful.
Huh?
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
True, Kana.
Brave.
So how does that work? I tell Adair to throw a knockdown on him, and he hasn't even swung his sword for 2-3 rounds. How exactly does that work? And then he burns it on the last move. I love it. Well, let's have an opening barrage here. Well, the wolves went down fast, but at least we had people on one of the wizards. We just need that to maintain. Let's try slow mode. No, slow mode here.
Following your lead.
Bring out some skeletons.
Let's go.
I don't suppose we could rest a spell.
Take him down.
We have such a large party, you'd think we'd be able to slaughter everything.
I? Indeed.
Huh?
I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, I didn't even want to move her off that trap. We earned that. We earned that. We ran right into it. I brought him over here in case there were traps. Then I stopped him and ran ahead with the ranger into a trap. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
How may I help?
Well, I know you're not very sneaky, but it's your turn. Look for traps. Just look for traps.
That's unusual.
Do we roll a 20? Alright. Doesn't seem to be happening. So how do we safely bring people up? Do we have to bring them up one at a time? Until they're past the trap? Maybe we could bring most of them near the trap first to get a head start. All of you come up here. Okay, then one at a time, come over here. You're gonna walk close to that trap, aren't you? Yeah.
Hey.
Here, you go around the other side. No, don't turn around. Yeah. We should probably rest. All right, so what's our party formation? Yeah, that's awesome. Could you all move? No, that's beautiful. That's so good. That's just bathe in it. Just bathe in it. It's lovely. A malignant cloud. Yes, it was. We just rested. We just rested. It doesn't get better than that.
Margren's fire casts light in dark places.
I think I need to start pumping points into mechanics on my main character so we can stealth and disarm traps. Fits with the ranger anyways. Revenant, Helig of Thane. This doesn't sound good. And we've been spotted. A lone figure in tattered robes shuffles across the chamber, muttering under its breath. As you approach, the figure halts and swivels its head towards you. Its haggard visage is a labyrinth of wrinkles and sores overgrown by a moss-like beard. What's this? Who disturbs Helig's work? Its voice rattles and gurgles like that of a drowning man. What are you doing down here? Research. A hodgepodge of animancy and necromancy. I have peace and quiet, as well as an abundant supply of subjects. If there's nothing else, be on your way. I was just exploring the catacombs. The figure aims a gnarled finger at the door. Then go, and thank your gods I am not hungry. What are those creatures behind you? Just a few personal projects. Sorry souls stuck in their mortal shells. Their flesh is as dead as mine, though their minds are not as well maintained. They flock to me like worms to drakes. They're not half as intelligent, but... He watches as one stumbles into a desk. They serve for amusement. He probably doesn't want us stepping in any further, huh? Well, that's too bad.
Aye?
That doesn't look like our formation. Hey, that does not look like our formation, people. At all. Help me out here. Is that our formation, or is that our formation turned around? Yeah, that's our formation backwards. Okay. This is... maybe we're not even going to fight this guy. It's another part I don't really like. The using the mouse to position your formations. The way the formations struggle to maintain themselves because of pathing and obstacles. I find it more trouble than it's worth a lot of the time to use the formations to be where you want. Sorry. Dust and cobwebs have been swept aside for various alchemical implements. Though coated with rust and grit, they look recently used. The scattered, feverish notes detail various animantic procedures and rites of necromancy. Tarnished locket. This silver locket is dented and tarnished. A faded portrait of a young nobleman still rests inside. His face has been worn away by time. Well, we're not playing kleptomaniac, but this looks interesting. And I wonder if it'll irritate this man here. No, not at all. A grim assortment of rusty blades adorns the table. All right, well, lucky. Aloth is nearly dead. If there's an option you can set, there are a few hardcore game options, but one of the less hardcore but available options is to have your companions basically incapacitate before they die. It's very useful. We'd have lost our wizard if we hadn't. Yes, well, and he's the one who can disarm traps.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Though not very well. So,
hey,
all right. No, watch yourself. Don't hit the trap.
You can trust me.
To not hit the trap? I hope so. And to not find any enemies in the front, that would be nice too.
Point the way.
Yes?
Okay. Well, that was not very fruitful. So we might have to revisit him at some point. We are still looking for the proper entrance to the temple. I should rest up. Let Aloth rest up. And as soon as we spot a battle, we probably will. Cross the bridge or check out the southern room.
Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go set off another trap. What do you say? Maybe we just zigzag around the edges. No one would put a trap around the edges of the room. Alright, let's bring everyone up and see who triggers a trap. Got lucky. Cypher, that's the mother. We were looking for this other companion. Cypher, that's the class which got completely rebalanced. Or rather, they had some stats that were backwards on the Cypher in the previous patch for this game. Or... That was loud. Older robed man. In front of you looms the ghostly hollow image of the man who was present at your awakening. He casts a pale, sickly light in the dank corridor as he regards you.
You are from Kratom, my dear?
His words are an echo in your mind from a time long past, and you know your response before you speak it, as if it has always been. Only recently.
A remarkable city. Truly one of the most impressive we have encountered outside of our own. Many exceptional people who have joined our cause come from Kratom.
What happened to the reverb in your voice?
What made you decide to join our order?
I'm honestly not sure. How am I to answer in any way, but I am honestly not sure. I know none of these things. Your teaching spoke to me. The world needs to know about the true gods. The gods have been good to me, and I wish to repay them. I went through dark times. Nothing made sense. That all changed when your order came to my homeland. See, I know none of these things to be true. The only one that makes sense to me is I am honestly not sure.
As long as you are assured in your faith, the rest is not so important.
Well, we shall see.
Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen?
It's a good thing they only give us one choice, or I'd be shrugging again. I am. Okay. Hey, level 4. I'm not sure when that happened. Alright, change of plans. We're taking some mechanics. Mechanics for us. Mechanics for us. Kind of wish we had some more useful combat skills. But not a weapon focus. We're not trying to change up our weapons. We want some more ranger attacks, I guess. We don't have the option right now. Penetrating shot, sacrifice speed for increased damage reduction. Interrupting blows, that might be useful. We're already using a modal attack, so I don't think we want another one right now. Or we'll just be spending points to have to flip a coin, which we use. Hold the line. Nope, that's not for us. Plus 10 reflex. Well, considering all the traps we're running into, you know what? Let's go with that. That might be hasty. That might be a hasty decision. But after getting that many traps in the face, you never need to find traps until you do. Just what I was thinking. Just what I was thinking, and I could probably use those reflexes for some trap saves. Everybody could use a little bit of athletics. The fatigue system in this game seems to be substantial. So your party members of less athletics and less endurance will need rests more frequently, or they will just become useless in combat. Bonus knockdown. Well, so far we've got 2 knockdowns per battle. That's not bad. Wary Defender. I think we do have Defender mode. Modifies defender, deflection, fortitude, reflex, will. Yeah, we're taking that. I don't even want to look any further. I want my tank to have that. We are going all lore with our priest, our cleric. And it does seem that points roll over. They didn't used to have this message here. Unused points will carry over to the next level. That was, I think, in a recent patch. They have a lot of little tooltips that are helpful. Mechanics that are explained, finally. Bonus first level spell, no. Modifies Holy Radiance. I think Holy Radiance is once per encounter. And so we need to get in the habit of using it more. And then we can modify it. If that's a fundamental priest skill to throw out a Holy Radiance during every battle. The sword is nice, right? It is a mighty fine glowing sword. At least it looks cool. He's not very good at wielding it yet. Empowered interdiction. Painful interdiction. Brilliant Radiance. Foe AoE. Enemies take burn damage. It's not a lot of burn damage, though. Let's, I don't know. Any suggestions? Very open to suggestions about builds here. If anyone has an interest in seeing something, trying something, knows how something works and wants to throw it out there, it's all on the table. I'm leaning towards Brilliant Radiance, though. Either Inspiring or Brilliant. Brilliant Radiance burns the enemies while you're throwing an AoE, the small AoE buff on your party. Or we can modify the buff with some accuracy. Maybe if we do Brilliant Radiance, that foe AoE will just draw a bunch of aggro to our priest. We don't really want that. Let's go with accuracy. And Kana. Boy, Kana looks better in the art by a mile. Looks like he looks undead here. So what do we do with Kana? We were pumping points into mechanics, but maybe we're going to try and outpace him on the mechanics. Or no, that was Aloth. I didn't realize we had Kana doing mechanics as well. I really don't know how we're building up our companions. We're probably going to waste a lot of points because we don't have a plan. And this is a weird skill spread. Stealth, athletics, lore, mechanics, survival. It feels like there's half of the skills there should be. Make his heal healier and his smite smitier. That's the plan for Durance. What do we do with our bard, with our chanter? Lore seems appropriate. Maybe we'll just pump his lore. Pump the lore. Pump the lore. We're pumping the lore on someone else though too. I don't remember who at the moment. Let's give him a point in athletics. Let's actually give him 2 points in athletics. Try and mitigate some of the fatigue. Wow, level 6 invocations. Those would be nice. Level 1. I love the way these are written. The names are the chant, and the chant represents the meaning. I mean, you're telling a story, so the essence of the tale represents the buff or the debuff. But Rennie Darrett's ghost, he would not rest. Calls beyond the shroud and summons a phantom to fight for the party. But Rennie Darrett's ghost, he would not rest. Summons a phantom. Rennie Darrett's ghost, apparently. And Hel Harif crashed upon the shield. Reduces damage reduction of enemies in the area. Not felled by the axe, nor broken by the storm. Increases slash and shock damage reductions for allies in the area of effect. Thrice was she wronged, and thrice justly avenged. Drains electrostatic energy from the environment. to create 3 bolts of lightning, causing shock damage to any in their path. A 4.5 meter, 90-degree cone. That's... We don't really want Kana to be up close. 4 meters away, I don't know. White worms writhed in the bellies of the dead, causes a nearby downed enemy to explode, expelling 3 white grubs and crushing nearby enemies. Well, that sounds good. It's a faux AoE, substantial crush versus reflex. And area of effect 14, almost 15 meters. With a radius and a 90-degree cone. I wonder how that cone works if it's over such a great distance. Anyways, I'm curious about it. Let's take the white worms. Unless someone has a different suggestion, let's take the white worms. We've got skeletons to summon. We can already summon some skeletons. And I'm a little iffy on those short-range cones. So let's try a long-range cone. Class talent. Improves the character's connection to the soul fragments they employ, increasing ancient memories healing capability. Healier heals. That works. Is that everybody? Okay. We'll go ahead and rest again since Aloth is in such bad shape. Or let's see, can Sagani do much for him? Teensy bit. Well, it's actually not too bad. Sagani and Aloth, half dead. Let's carry on.
Yeah?
I'll take a look.
The mercenary eyes you warily as you approach, his weapon readied. What are you doing here? You don't look like one of that masked lot. We can pay him off. We can question him. We can attack him. I guess we'll question him. We can't just give our money to every NPC who would take it. Doesn't make things dead better. It makes dead things dead better. Since you don't know, you clearly don't belong here. The guard whistles sharply and you hear shouts of an alarm in the distance. Lovely. Well, alright. Let's see if we can reposition before we get any penalties. There's Kana. Let's get Kana over here and Durance by his side. Where did I send myself? Yes, I did. Okay. Whoops. I'm trying to change the chant. Let's bring out our skeletons.
Stand still.
Not trying to do the stronghold. Hey, quit moving. Nice. So by misclicking, we probably got half a dozen disengagement penalties. Small battle, so we're lucky, but... Okay.
Huh?
Slow and silent.
Oh boy, yeah. Okay. So we can get out without disengagement. We're going to set up our rangers. Bring in Adir and the wolves. I know one's a fox, but it looks like a wolf, so it's going to be called a wolf. And let's maybe bring Aloth a little closer in case he needs to throw out a cone. No, ranger, move. So now we're engaged, and if we try and move back to a better position for a ranger, we will have a disengagement penalty. I assume that red line represents engagement that will break, penalize us if we change our minds. So, mercenary, mercenary, mercenary. Is one of them a caster? This looks like a caster. Mages first. Mages first. Maybe you could hobble someone in the meantime.
There.
Alright, well the mage dropped. See if you can blind everyone. Oh, shake. I thought you said snake for a minute. Thinking, Darky has attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I have a snake! Out of nowhere. I have a snake, but I want something different. A shake. That makes more sense. I would love a strawberry milkshake, but I'm not supposed to be eating, shouldn't have any sugar or any grains right now. So my strawberry milkshakes are off the table. It is so sad. I just want a strawberry milkshake. And a cheeseburger. And a cheeseburger. What am I doing? I'm healing the enemy. Let's not heal the enemy. Let's heal me. Let's heal me. I did not live long enough for the heal. Or I did. When your endurance drops and you still have health, are you standing? I thought you were incapped when your endurance drops. But it appears that whether or not you're incapped, you can still be healed from that state. I'm a little confused on that point, but... Alright, Aloth, magic missiles on this other caster here. I don't think we can safely reposition anyone, but maybe an interdiction. And we can bring out our skeletons again, and I think we can even... Can we drop them right in between the enemies? We can.
Oh.
I shall.
That worked pretty well. Adir's hurting, but it's not so bad. Okay, it's pretty bad. How about another heal, this time on Adir. How tough was that one merc, really?
How may I help?
I need to get more used to using those per encounter attacks too. So, Aloth. Aloth has an arcane assault twice per encounter. I have not been using that.
Hey.
I have been using Adir's knockdown.
What?
And I have been using Durance's interdiction, but I need to get better at throwing out that holy radiance every time we're in a decent fight.
Point the way.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
How may I help?
That's
What?
3 of our main party members who have very useful per encounter attacks. And, alright, let's dig into these grimoires too. So, Mayorwald's grimoire. Chill Fog. Spirit shield surrounds the caster with a shield of spirit energy. Thrust of Tattered Veils. A quick strike of crushing force. Little damage, but a high chance to disrupt enemy spellcasters. That might be useful. We want to learn them all, but we have to pay for them, so we won't learn them all at once. Consulhaut's Corrosive Siphon. Foe AoE, corrode damage, as endurance drain. 13 seconds of it. Sounds alright. Bulwark against the elements. Classic elemental resistance. Let's go with the caster interruption. It's nice and cheap. And these random grimoires we picked up have nice spells in them too.
I have detected a signal embedded in the static.
Brazen Corsair, thank you for the follow. Welcome again. What do we have here? Bounding missiles. I mean, do we even have the ability to cast third level spells? We probably haven't put Fireball into our grimoire, so we don't actually have any level 3 spells we're casting. But let's get one more. Bounding missiles. 2 foe jump targets, so it'll bounce between them, like it says, bounding. Or displaced image. 25 deflection, a lot of reflex, and half of incoming hits converted to grazes for almost a minute. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, that was worth the money. Whatever it was that we had, it had to be worth the money. 1,700. We could actually upgrade the keep a little bit more. Maybe we should. Combusting Wounds, another foe AoE. That gets worse as they get hit. That's interesting. Let's open up our grimoire.
Aye?
And throw some level 3 spells in there. Nice. We actually have plenty of slots. How is it we haven't learned a spell that's in our own grimoire? Didn't know you could do that. Actually, that's a little more confusion. But learn Kaloth's Sunless Grasp. Target, freeze, deflection, interrupt. Well, that's the interrupt window. What's the range? How close do we have to be? Well, it says Sunless Grasp. That's probably, we have to be right up on them. Oh well, let's learn it. Get it out of the way here. I don't like the idea of not knowing something in our own grimoire. That's strange. And we could learn a couple more level 2s. Let's see. We haven't checked in with the keep in a while. We built the Eastern Barbican. We have not done the main keep, and most things are locked behind the main keep. So even though it's all our money, we'll get the main keep going. Let's make a save here.
Yeah?
Forget that. Let's rest. Camping is not allowed in this area. Let's not rest.
Huh?
Let's move on.
Let's see what lies this way.
And there are potions. I guess we have not been taking advantage of that either. Probably help a whole lot. We have quick item slots, and if we wanted to, we could put some potions, not that we have much, onto a quick slot bar, and then have them available in combat. I think Adir might have a couple regen. We don't have many potions. We don't have many potions. That's the bottom line. No, Adir, don't go anywhere.
Yeah?
Liege, you move on. There is a strange mist in the air down here. Something that, I don't know if you can see it on stream, but there's a lot of... There are particles in the air down here. Let's bring the whole party up before we go through. Assume it won't let us rest here any more than it would let us rest back up there. Mercenary. All right, well, let's try for a choke point again. Let's try. It's a very narrow hall, so we won't be able to fight effectively at all, but we're gonna try. Let's put a deer in the front. Let's actually sneak a couple wolves in. The wolf and the fox.
Yes?
Set up Aloth.
Yes?
Durance. And a couple
Point the way.
rangers. Now nobody move. Nobody move. Okay. Back on point.
Wait.
Alright. I don't really want us to move up until they're in the choke point. I mean, I don't want anybody back here to move up, to be honest. So, let's throw out some holy... I forgot to heal, too. We should have healed. This won't go well. We were going to rest or heal or something. Let's throw out Holy Radiance. We really didn't prepare for this. Oh, that went quick. So everybody on the Merc, starting with the knockdown, and an interdiction if you can get it, on everybody in the back. That sounds messy. Let's preemptively toss a heal out. By the time the heal lands, they'll have lost some more. I want this guy down quick. Good, okay. Everybody on the Merc in the back, except a deer, throw a knockdown on this guy. And if you're still alive, join in. No, these wolves are down. They're not alive. Never mind. So I think what that text is saying is, we've got a badass over here. And I don't know who they're talking about. But one of these mercs. We had a caster in the background. I can't believe we ignored the caster. That was dumb. That was dumb. Is Aloth dead? Is Aloth dead? I think Aloth is gone. He's just gone. I think they assassinated him. We're gonna have to think hard about what that means, and if we aren't gonna save Cheez-It because Aloth's dead. I think he's dead.
What?
Mo. Yeah.
Should also slow down the combat here.
Mo.
Come on. Skelly's gonna help.
Fight on, my
Got him! Let's go!
Combat log, please. It's not a very long combat log. He's gone. He's dead. He's gone. He's dead. So I think we have to save Cheez-It. I really do. I mean, here's his body. Here's his body. Along with the mercenaries. I don't think I'm okay with that. I think we need our wizard. I'd like to not save Cheez-It playing games on Twitch. I'm a save junkie in games, and RPGs especially. And I'd like to not do so much of that on Twitch. I don't think we're okay without a wizard. If we lose Aloth, we not only lose that unique character and dialogue, but we lose our caster, our main caster. So I want to retry that fight. I want to retry it. Let's do it. And let's make up. So we really can't rest here. Camping is not allowed in this area. Let's go up to the other level and camp if it'll let us. Or is it the catacombs? Maybe we can't camp in the catacombs. Nope, that'll work. We're not going to forget the caster in the back row this time either.
Sure. Huh?
Margren's fire casts light in dark places.
Yeah, there were those others. Come on.
Faithful sail.
Okay. Probably can't get the wolves to the door in time. Or my ranger out of way. She looks a little knocked upside the head.
Yes, mate.
Okay. And I can't see which one's the caster yet, so we'll wait for them to come towards you. Oh, except for the one in the back, I can obviously see that one's a caster. Alright, what do you have? What do you have for them? Blind them. Do something nasty to them. What do you have here? Barbs of condemnation. No. Prayer against fear. Something offensive. Interdiction. And the skellies won't come out yet, so we need another few seconds. Stop the stronghold, please.
Take him down!
Alright. Now bring out the skellies. Right in there if you can. And see if you can heal my wolf. That didn't work very well. Someone must be singling Aloth out because he just keeps getting hit hard. Stop with the strong. I've obviously got a key I need to unmap.
Hey.
Take him down!
We're gonna unmap that key right after this fight. Whatever that is, we're gonna unmap it. Okay. We are unmapping party management. Just stop it. Okay. Nice. No more stronghold message popping up. Okay.
I'm not going anywhere.
Flooded our inventory. That's great. Please, just put it all in the stash, please.
This.
Alright, that looks better. We're slightly better prepared than last time.
Huh?
I shall be discreet.
Was there another group before we went? There is, isn't there? There's another group up here. We don't have to fight them, though, if we're going this way. Let's bring the whole party down. I don't think they need to sneak. Alright, take two. Let's make a proper choke point. Not on the front of the door, but behind the door. So we've got a deer blocking the door. We've got our wolves joining him. No one is getting through this door.
Yeah?
I'm here.
Our rangers should have line of sight.
Following your lead.
We'll put Kana up here. And, yeah, we'll cluster up here. We should be okay with this cluster. What we need is for a deer to do the pull, though, so that we can block the door. So, a deer, I want you to be as loud as possible.
All right, then.
Perfect. And right back where you were. Okay, choke point. Now, what do we have for casters? We've got... I know there's at least one, and I see some glowy hands. Throw out your buff.
What?
Okay, so I see the caster clear as day now. And we don't want our front line to do anything about it. But I wonder if maybe Aloth can reach the caster from there? Maybe? Oh, we don't even have Vicious Aim turned on. Let's do that. No, we don't want... Oh, man. No, I don't want that wolf to go anywhere. You stay right where you are. Tell you what. I will mark this. Mark. Send more missiles on the caster. And I will attack this caster. Let's see if if the rangers can take this caster down. While everybody else works on the front line. It's almost working. Come on. Heal the tank. Heal the tank. One more. We don't have one more missile. What can we do? Blind it? No. Let's use... That's right. We said we were going to use those. Let's use those. Interdiction. Throw out a halt on everyone.
Huh?
beautiful. The caster's down. Caster's down. Someone... Oh. I was gonna say someone snuck by, but no, I think... Itumak was confused and turned on us for 6 seconds. That's helpful. Means Itumak also broke our line, our choke point. By being confused, he broke the line. And there's another caster. They've got a priest or something. Yes, they do. How about arcane assault on their priest? 2.8 meter radius. I can't reach them with that. So I will just attack. We'll both attack the casters. I think it's skeleton time. In fact, it was probably skeleton time 10 seconds ago. Skeletons on the caster. On the priest. Priest is no more, but Adair is down. That was silly. I could have healed him already. I don't know if it's too late to get him up. Come on. No, he's not getting up. Alright. Then... everybody on the Merc. Everybody on the Merc.
Hi.
Maybe I was in range. I don't feel like we were attacking him for a few minutes there. We lived. We lived. It was better than losing Aloth to the fight.
Yeah?
All right, let's save before we run into a trap and get ourselves killed anyways. Does this music piece remind anyone of some John Williams Star Wars music? It does me.
Let's see what lies this way.
That's the plan, Kana. Why doesn't everybody move up before we go sneaking in there?
What's this?
The door. Oh, what is that? Well, you found it,
On
Kana.
your word.
So why don't you go check it out? What do we have here? A scroll. Ah, nothing too special. A fine rod.
Huh?
Aloth falters and brings a hand to his forehead. He takes a staggering step forward, coughing and sputtering.
Back, ye Claude! Those hooded fiends are nigh to be trusted!
Did they have to give him that accent? And it's inconsistent, too. He doesn't even do it all the time. He mixes it up. Maybe there's a reason. Kana. Probably not. But that's no reason to be Kana glances over at Aloth and frowns. Aloth, are you unwell? He grimaces, catching his breath. I'm not even going to try to do that accent. It's nothing. I am fine. He coughs again. This probably isn't the best place to linger, anyhow. It's like a mangled Irish, Scottish... something. I don't think I'm going to try it.
Nice and slow.
about the whole party. Everyone come. Quickly. Endurance. So we don't have much, I don't think, that actually restores health.
Point the way.
Have triage. Small amount of health. We'll go ahead and use that. I guess if we took field triage on a few characters, we could turn that into something. So I think they'll spot us as soon as we move into position. So let's try and do this in one shot. We've got a deer and the wolves holding the door. Did we get 2 targets there? A deer up front. 1, 2. They're probably too far back. Caster, ranger, ranger. Buffs. Heals.
Hey.
Yep. We got spotted. And who's incoming? We've got Shrouded Woman. Shrouded Man. Shrouded Man. Okay, everyone's shrouded, but at least one of them's a caster. Let's not waste any time going for that caster. I'm tempted to send my wolf through the door. I guess I won't, though. I don't know if Sagani can even hit the Shrouded Woman from where she is. And they have multiple casters, and Adir's already down. Well, this is going splendidly. See if his regen potion will do anything. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. Lovely.
This isn't working.
I noticed. Kana, I noticed. About some skeletons. Can you drop some skeletons on their back line?
Roak 10!
We did take down the Shrouded Woman, at least the one there. Let's send the skeletons onto that other caster. And have the rest of us on this guy. No, not like that. Not like that. Can we attack this guy, please? No, don't move. Just attack the guy. Yes.
Careful, they're thinning our number.
Man, those skeletons went quick. More skeletons. More skeletons now. Drop them right back there. Same plan.
Follow.
Ow!
Careful, they're thinning our number.
No, that's blowing us all up. There's a difference. Big difference. Those skeletons are hardly serving as a distraction.
Sally, let's need some reminders. Fight on!
Can't even select this guy as a target. It's too crowded. Yeah, they're tearing us up. They're tearing us up.
Yeah?
Watch out, Tom!
Well, we can't even throw out a nice cone spell. We've got nothing.
Yes.
This is bad.
This is bad. Watching your death. How is my wolf still alive? Lage is still alive. This is unreal. We should be long dead. Not that we have anything we can do. Why? They killed my wolf last. That really hurts. That was mean. Killing the wolf last. And for some reason, they're not even calling us dead. Why is that? Doesn't look like anyone's alive to me. Game's not paused. So I guess we'll just do that manually. It's a fox. No, I know. And actually, Pie in the Sky, that one was my wolf. No, that one's my wolf. It's Sagani's pet that's the fox. So technically that was a wolf. That was my wolf, Lage. But I know her pet is a fox. I just decided to call them both wolves because her fox is as big as my wolf. And it takes more thought to say both. Yeah, I didn't mean to be snippy there, but I know that hers is a fox. So yes, here is Itumak the fox, and here is Lage the wolf. And Lage was the last one standing in that fight. Although it went so badly, doesn't really matter. Well, that was terrible. So they've got a powerful caster, 2 of them. And Choke Point did us very little good. If you have any suggestions, I would definitely take them. We're only level 4 right now. We're not very powerful. Pick a mask, don't fight. Yeah, we're not terribly powerful. We just cracked level 4. We've been moving a little bit more directly along the main story quest than I would if this was not on stream. So we haven't been doing a lot of side quests and leveling up. We never did the Redrick quests. We haven't done most of the side quests that we've come across. We haven't even all leveled up to 4 yet. Well, that fight went so well, I'm thinking we go for a little bit of Leroy Jenkins and just dive in. We know there's 5 of them, 6 of them, 2 casters. And we can't throw up our buff until we're in combat.
How
We're
may I
not
help?
that well rested. We've already burned up all of Aloth's level 1 spells. Maybe we should rest. Maybe we should rest before the fight. But let's try it one time. Let's just Zerg in and see what we can do. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. I think we want slow mode, though. Leroy! Okay, everybody on the caster right now. Marked for death. Wolf on the caster. Fox on the caster. And what else do we have? Main line is easiest. You mean like a straight line? Sorry, knocked the camera there with my foot. I think it's still in place. Let's just go all out on this caster. I want him down. I want this caster down. So whatever you got, throw it at the caster. Well, that's going terribly. Forgot to throw our buff out. We haven't scratched the caster, and ours is nearly dead. That's awesome. And in the front, so it's not going to last. This has been a complete failure. Come on. These people really can't do a thing to that shrouded woman? No, we really can't. Well, we'll give it a few seconds. Rather than just loading in the middle of the fight, we'll play it out. We're not surviving this one, clearly. Did we even get the one shrouded woman down? Shrouded man, yeah, I think we did, but to what end?
This isn't...
Yeah, our choke point worked a little better than that. Maybe this time it will at least acknowledge her death. Yes. So we'll try a pull. We'll try a pull this time. Let's see if we can, instead of a choke point, which just didn't work well because we got nuked at our own checkpoint, let's do something else.
Yes?
Let's spread everyone out a little bit.
Huh?
Point the way.
Yes?
Let's slow it down. And let's get Adir spotted.
Right.
That was plenty of spotted. I almost wish we had moved a little more off to the side here. If we had set up a little more over here instead of in the doorway, we'd have fewer exposed. But maybe they'll get so clustered that they can't get everyone through the door. Maybe. Maybe. They did send one of their casters through the door. Why do you fight them in the first place? I don't know how serious that question was, but that's the reason. We're just exploring. I don't know what we're doing down here. They started a fight with us, or at least the mercs at the door did. It seemed natural to go further. That was stupid. I didn't think about who was attacking him. Now we're not going to get a heal out at all. Damn. That was sloppy. We weren't even doing that badly, but that was sloppy. and we didn't rest, so we don't have a fan of flames. What happened to those level... We died. That's what happened. The level 3 spells we memorized are gone.
Yeah?
Yeah. Maybe we should rethink whether or not to fight in the battle. Well, what can you share, Pie in the Sky? Have you played this? Do you know what's ahead? Should we not be fighting them? I'm open to suggestions here. We're also 5 hours into the stream, so I'm a little dazed. Ah. I see what you're saying about the mask. I don't actually recall them asking about the mask at the door. Maybe they did, and we were chatting, or I wasn't seeing it clearly. We've been reading all the dialogue very carefully, so if we missed it, it's too bad if we missed it. This is not going to go well.
Yeah?
Step.
Yeah, 6 is about normal. Yeah, let's just let this happen. I like Pie in the Sky's idea. Let's find a mask. Let's find a mask. Will we be able to... we've already had to fight the 2 at the entrance, though. Is it too late, I wonder? Or can we come back with a mask? Alright. 3 dialogues before this door about the mask. I believe you. But we came in... Not this way. Where are we here?
Sure.
I believe the only one who... it's too late from this point. See, that makes more sense. We spoke to 2 guards up here. And this is where it fell apart. We spoke to 2 guards. We didn't have a lot of dialogue options. I questioned them, and they whistled and attacked. So I don't recall them saying anything about a mask. They might have. When we were right up here, they might have. But we came down these stairs, and there were 2 non-aggro guards, and we spoke to them, and then they attacked. So there it is. Story-wise, we have not been doing a lot of side quests, I mentioned. We've been trying to focus on the main quest. This is only the 2nd day of the playthrough. We did day 1 a few weeks ago. So, yeah, they probably did ask, where's your mask? They probably did. Let's check the manual save we made. I did make one. It might be before that fight. Might be. I think it was after, though. I think it was right after we killed them. Yeah, so that manual save was right after we killed them, and it's probably too late already. But, to be fair, it's a role-playing game, and I have no idea what mask they were talking about, so I wouldn't really have known what to say to them. Price I pay for rushing along the main story quest, perhaps. We're not racing through the game by any means. We're stopping to read all the lore and trying to fill in all the voices that aren't voiced.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we've dug ourselves a bit of a hole. Was there somewhere else in here we could proceed? Anywhere else to go? Maybe we'll have to go level up. We'll have to do some side quests and level up a bit and come back. You have to have autosave. Yep, do you want to see where the autosave is from? If you didn't see it just there. The autosave is from 9:31 p.m. and that manual save was from 9:23. So we already have an autosave after that point. This autosave here is not going to fix things.
Mm-hmm.
So we backed up to the previous level to rest. And that's when it auto-saved again. So, there we are. Apparently no mask. No mask. Investigating the Leaden Keys activities. These shrouded men and women. Part of the Leaden Key. So we either need to level up or just push through or find some other way around. It doesn't look like there's going to be another way around though. Let's load that other save. I'm glad to have someone who, some feedback from someone who has played the game, who knows some of this. But, yeah, maybe we want to go somewhere else. What were our other options? We fought through. We didn't go north here. It does seem more likely we need to go through this big room. Start again. Yeah, this is unusual for me. Not having more saves. If I were playing this offline, I'd probably have 50 staggered saves. Just for occasions like this. I'm trying to be a little more committed on Twitch to living with decisions. As I learned playing The Witcher blind a month ago for the first time. And made a terrible, hasty decision at the beginning of the game regarding a certain redhead accused of being a witch. And it proved to be a very painful reminder throughout the entire game. So this will happen. We will play games and make some bad decisions that I might like to save cheese, but I think we're going to live with. We're going to try our damnedest to live with good and bad decisions alike. So I guess we could go explore up this way, but I think we're going to need to go through this room. So what does that mean? Does that mean we're screwed? We might just be screwed, at least for now. We might have to go level up. When I did try to play this game once before the 1.5 patch or the 1.6 patch rebalanced so very much that I decided to start over. And I had done the Rhetoric quests, and when I first went to fight Rhetoric, couldn't. And I did come back a level or two later and did all right. So I think that's viable. That's an option. We can leave and level up and come back. But let's give it at least another shot, maybe two. What can we do here? Anybody got any ideas? What can we do tactically besides start over or have a mask or get good? What the hell can we do? We've got 2 rangers, 2 companions, 2 animal companions. I think we probably have enough skills to do this. We just don't have the strategy in place. We haven't done enough effectively with our strategy. And they're throwing out these powerful AoEs. Their 2 casters are going to blow us up. We don't have any spell resistances.
How may I help?
I guess we could go back into the Grimoire and at least give ourselves some level 3 spells. We had done that and then we died, so we need to relearn those. What did he have? What did he have? Merwald's Grimoire, Displaced Image, and Bounding Missiles. The Bounding Missiles sound neat, but they don't sound that powerful, and I think he would just pull a lot of aggro if he did that. So let's take the Displaced Image. Combusting Wounds. Close range. Binding web, of course, sounds nice. If we could actually stop them from advancing and not be in line of sight. Yeah, our first attempt was choking. You need chill fog. Didn't one of these have chill fog? Did we have chill fog in our own? Chill fog. Oh, it has a 10-meter range. Good call. I guess I thought chill fog was, maybe I didn't think about it much, but I was under the impression it was close. All right, chill fog. And we'll have to rest again, too, because we don't have any uses of our level 1 spells right now. They won't let us rest here, right? Nope. So, good times. Let's backtrack and rest again and give this a shot. Let's see what we can do. We can rest right up here. We'll get this. I think we'll get this. Although Durance may have something else to say. You awake to see Durance, his staff held in both of his hands before him. A flame flickers at its top end, casting long shadows across his face as he stares in contemplation. Still, for all the light of the fire, your eyes can't focus on him. Perhaps it is awakening from sleep, or a trick of the light. But he seems indistinct, blurred around the edges, everything except for the staff. The staff? He seems to be studying its engravings. As you watch, the engravings glow thinly red, like through the cracks of heat-suffused wood. The lines stream like molten metal, burning along the edges of his staff, then branch out in an intricate series of fiery veins, bunching thickly where his hands clutch the wood, pulsing as if a heartbeat. As you watch, the veins spiral into a dozen separate circles, circles that spiral again until they are arranged in a circle of their own. They pulse, wait, and all is strangely silent. And then, suddenly, there is a great light from the fire, a rushing of air, a great flash, and you awaken again, to see Durance in the same place, still holding his staff, but he is solid, real. He doesn't seem to have noticed you, or reacted to what occurred. What do you mean, Darky? What sort of graphics? That splash screen that I've got on my... that screen there, I mean, I put that together from a bunch of... I put that together. I'm not a graphics guy. I fix computers. But I can muddle my way through software, so... No, I don't have any training, and I don't really know anything about proper graphics creation, but I like to play around a little bit. I don't really know much. Basic masking is about all I can really do. And I'm terrible with freehand art. I can't do freehand anything. I can work with geometry, shapes. I like working with shapes and edges and lines and fills, but I'm not really good with any freehand at all. Well, everybody's getting pretty winded. Let's give everyone at least 2 points of athletics, and hopefully they won't be winded as much. Pie in the sky, it makes sense. I'm still getting used to the general combat in this game, working it properly, trying to avoid disengagement attacks, but makes sense. Tanking set in the door, keep everyone else out of the AoE, keep the enemies debuffed if you can. We're not even running on a high difficulty, so it shouldn't be that bad. I don't know how level scaling occurs, if there's any level scaling at all. I'm not aware of how it works. But we've got that chill fog now. We'll try it. And seal, do you mean interdiction, or what do you mean? I'll check if there's something else. You say seal from Durance. So I'm going to take a look. We'll save those points. But I think a little athletics should help everyone not get winded. Rolling Flame was terrible when I tried it. Or I don't know how to use it properly. Necrotic Lance, single target, 8 meters, decent damage. I kind of like the look of that. Although if we could actually land an AoE Confusion, a faux AoE Confusion at 10 meters, that might be useful too. Turn some of the bad guys. I'm thinking Bewildering Spectacle rather than Necrotic Lance. You like Miasma? Let me take a look. Miasma. Miasma of Dull-Mindedness. A cloud of heavy fog. 10 meters. It's an AoE, not a... Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Confusion. Pie in the sky, but... one of the things that gets me is the difference between faux AoE and a standard AoE. I can't see how I won't be dropping this on my companions. Yeah, I think I like the Confusion as a faux AoE. Better chance of my not screwing it up. Although, we're probably not going to turn too many casters with a will save, right? If they've got a will save. Deflection would be nice. 2 per rest. Smacking people with a book sounds fun, but impractical. Penetrating blast. Nah, we only have 2 of those blasts, right? Bonus first level spell. I think that's what we want. Yeah, I imagine it'll be a little hard to use. We're going to try it. We're going to try it. I said we'd give everyone a little bit of athletics, so we're just going to do that. And we'll save the points. Companion, companion, companion. More accuracy on the wounding shot. Companion, I don't know. I don't want another modal right now. I'll check Durance spells. What are we looking for here? Bloody Slaughter. The name sounds nice. More crits on low endurance enemies. And I don't want to take another modal yet. We've got 1 modal for our rangers each, and I think we'll just stick with those for now. Fast runner. Sorry, Nightbot seems a little spammy tonight. Nightbot is only supposed to throw that out after 30 minutes if there's been enough chat. Seems like Nightbot's been a little spammy tonight. I could also make the message shorter. That's another thing I could do. Wound binding. We could double down on those heals. It says of the user, but I want to say I've been able to use that on targets as well when I tried this game before. Oh well, let's go Bloody Slaughter. Or not. Yeah, we got it. Bloody Slaughter. We got to get moving here. We're either going to survive this or not, and if not, what we'll probably do is, well, if we survive this, we'll go on a little bit. Maybe we'll take a couple cracks at it. If we don't survive this, I think we'll leave and go do a little soldier spec is always good. Something like for a ranger even? Take some like sword and shield as a ranger, or what do you mean by soldier spec? If this all goes poorly, I think we'll back out of here and we'll find a place to maybe run a couple side quests and level up a little bit. And we'll do some of that before we wrap up tonight. All right, quick save. Durrance wants to talk. We'll save the conversation. We pretty much know what's ahead. There is something in here, and we haven't gone into that room yet. Don't close the door. Soldier, focus. I will take a closer look at my next level. I'll take a closer look. What do you get for soldier focus? Is it weapon skills, weapon talents, or? Nice.
What?
Repulsing seal. Thank you. Okay. Places a magical seal on the floor that sends enemies sprawling on contact, causing them to become prone. Heck yeah. Hazard AoE. Prone for 12 seconds. Fortitude save. 5-meter range. And we can throw it out when we're out of battle. That sounds good. That does sound good. 5-meter range. Let's say 5. So maybe we could get Durrance up here, and maybe he could toss it out on the other side of the door without them noticing, possibly. Well, all right. We have a save here. We do now. So let's.
All right then.
I don't think he'll be spotted from there, right? Damn. All right, screw that up. We're loading this quick save. That didn't need to happen. That didn't need to happen. I'm gonna have Adair stay a little back. I kind of want everyone almost in position. I want to get everyone near the door, and then let's get this set up. Durrance, over here. Everybody go
Let's
sneaky.
see what lies this way.
And how long does this last? 12 seconds. So are they prone for 12, or does it stay on the ground for 12, or some combination? Well, let's find out. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Just, can you do it from there? Do it from there.
Lavaro, Bio, see.
Okay. Let's go right into the door. So it'll stay there until they hit it and then prone for 12. That would be perfect. And that would be ideal. That's what we want. Okay, anyone who gets near that door should be in trouble. Let's bring both our rangers
Ready, Watcher.
into range of the door.
Yes?
Good to know. Pie in the sky, good to know. We'll try different things here. We may take a couple cracks at this fight again, since we prepared. Since we've done more prep this time, we may take a couple cracks at it. When we ended day one the other night, we walked face first into the Spider Queen under Caed Noir. And it was pretty brutal too. We were not prepared, but we just barely made it through. I think that's when we wrapped up, was after that. Let's see what we can do with this.
On your word.
I think on my word, I'd like a target marked.
Yeah?
Seems to be an effective pull. And let's go ahead and get buffed. That'll just get everybody. They walk right around the seal. All right, so I am prone, or Sagani's prone, and where am I? For some reason I moved up. The seal's gone, and we got one prone. Shrouded man is prone. Two of them are prone. And miscellaneous, badly injured Shrouded man is not. And the casters are doing just fine in the back. Okay, so what do we got? Adir is supposed to be in a choke point. How effectively? Let's work on the one who's already hurt. Let's try for confusion. Maybe we'll get lucky. Let's see if we can land a confusion on their fighters. Kana's not ready to pull out his skeletons yet. Let's see if we can get a daze on him. Alright, we should definitely go slow. Did you say auto slow in the options? That sounds awesome. Let's check that. Auto slow. Auto slow. Thank you again. Thank you again. And Chill Fog. I'm just going to throw out one big thank you for all your tips. I do really appreciate them. There'll be games where I don't want to, don't want backseating. Obviously don't want spoilers. This is not one of them. I want all the feedback I can get here, so that is awesome. Let's see if we can even survive this. We've done a nice job of screwing it up so far. That looks very painful. Go ahead and throw it. Well, let's see if we can knock those down. 5. No, it's not going to work. He's going to want to move in there. He's going to want to move in there. Forget that. Back to the other plan. Go ahead and just throw a heal on Aloth. Not on Aloth. Sorry, you're getting tongue-tied here. Could we kill somebody? If we're all gonna die down here, at least take one of them with us, please.
I have them!
And my animal companions' path to the back row. I asked everyone to attack, and the animal's path to the back row. No, it doesn't. I didn't mean to imply any of that was backseating. It's not. This is all feedback that I want. Just throwing that out there. Since I'm taking all this info in, Just thought I'd throw that out there. The Witcher was another game where I wanted a lot of feedback, but not spoilers in that case. I just wanted the mechanical feedback. Skeletons now.
That's not very helpful.
Come on, faster, good. There we go. There we go. We got something. We've got something. We've got something going on. Those skeletons are so fragile, though. Keep them prone. Well, we only have one more cast. We only have... No? Yeah, we only have one more cast of Seal. So who do we want prone? Do we want to knock? I'm thinking we go for those again. No, we didn't before, because Durance would have to move in on them. So who do we keep prone? I guess we just go for the targets we can hit. On one hand, I want to take my rangers and break them off, have them work on the Shrouded Woman with the skeleton. It's very tempting to see if we can multitask and get that caster down. But it might be our doom.
How may I help?
Well, their caster killed their other caster with that fireball, is what it looked like to me. So we'll take it. In that case, full assault on this guy. Where is Aloth standing? He's back there. So we can't do a cone effectively. But we can do another chill fog. And he can't... Oh, he can. He can actually land a chill fog on the back. You say front line. Should I throw the chill fog on the front line? Or the back line? I know Twitch lag is going to mean your answer comes in after I unpause. I realize that. But that's where we're at. Take another one down. Take another one down. What do we have here? I thought I already threw this out. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. But Aloth is staying up. That's good. And we have 3 more of these. Let's see if we can land one on them. Oh, and he's already prone ×2. We've overdone the knockdowns here. We have overdone the knockdowns. You're right. That's what I just realized. There's the Twitch lag for you. Just land another hit on this guy. The chill fog, wasn't the chill fog a faux AoE? No, it was a regular AoE. I thought it was a faux AoE. Yeah, I was casting it on this group, and I realized, I mean, I did see one of the party members light up, but, yeah, you don't want to hear me explain some of my justifications for some of my bad decisions. I know you probably don't want to hear that, but you will have to deal with them, since I'm the one pulling the strings here. He's no longer prone. He's near death. We're still gonna... No, you know what? Let's not burn our last knockdown on him. We can finish this guy. This guy can just die. Magic missiles will finish this guy. Okay. We have a heal left. We do. Let's unleash everything we've got on him. Spirit Shield. Yeah, that didn't land before, so let's try to land it without going through the door. Let's bring out the skellies again. And this is sort of pointless, but we'll focus. Kana's trying to get in there. Tell you what, Kana, throw out the skeletons wherever you can. Throw them out here if it makes you happy.
Following your lead. Throw act. Stand.
Thank you.
Still.
Got him! Get him!
Ow.
Huh?
Lava will be unshut!
That's it! I have them!
We lived! With help from Pie in the Sky. Shrouded woman. Crumpled at your feet lies the body of a woman. She wears a dark robe that bears an insignia resembling a key. As you approach the woman's body, feelings of rage assault you. The dead woman's voice howls in your ears, and her lingering consciousness rends at yours. Hey, Davin. I missed your stream this morning. I was out helping a buddy, and I actually saw it come up. I was 50-50 on popping in, but if I had popped in, I would have had to jump right out a couple minutes later. How'd it go? That was the stream this morning. Or yesterday for you, right? Yesterday. How was the stream yesterday? Her essence tingles through your bones and membranes. It fills the spaces between your ears and behind your eyes, clawing deeper into your core. You see a gathering of men and women wearing robes like hers, their faces hidden behind masks. One by one they approach her, whom they know as an acolyte, and she places her hand on each of their foreheads, searching their thoughts. She tests them with ritualistic questions, and they answer that their oath is sealed by the leaden key. She asks them of their tasks. She gives them new ones, all without a word. Her essence flares, fighting to boil your blood, burn your memory, and splinter your bones from within. Yet between its strikes, you see flashes of something else, a tower, a prisoner, and a ruin. Yeah, actually, Davin, I was going to ask you the other day about what kind of setup you have. When I was watching on mobile, it actually looked pretty clear, and then when I was watching on desktop, it looked pretty blurry, and I wasn't sure what kind of a setup you had, and I wanted to pick your brain about it a little bit. But OBS doesn't like it when you play Mario Kart. That's weird. And OBS doesn't like a lot of things. Right now, I'm torn between the main version for Windows and I'm running the multi-platform version off of a Mac. But I actually tried the multi-platform beta for Windows too, and I like that better. I think the new multi-platform OBS is going to be a much better product. I don't know if you've played with it, but try that. If you haven't, try downloading the OBS multi-platform, even the Windows version. It has less plugin support, but it has this great stacked filter set. You can basically apply filters universally to anything, and it gives some neat options. It's actually how we get the black and white chroma key. I don't think you can really do that in the Windows version. Not easily, not effectively, because you can't chroma key in black and white, so you have to chroma key and then turn it black and white. Much easier in multi-platform. Sorry, we're breaking up the story dialogue here. You funnel all of your concentration into a single effort of will, a sharp point that pins the raging soul in place like an insect in a display case. With the thing under control, you're able to examine it, and the three thoughts swirling inside. Examine the thought about the tower, inquire about the prisoner, look into the ruins. Well, I hope we get to check out all three, to be honest. But if we are stuck with one, if for some reason we're branching here, I would like to inquire about the prisoner. We'll get them all, it seems. In your mind, you see a building, magnificent with trellises and tiles, and located on a pristine boulevard. The wealthy and learned stroll in and out, trading knowledge and coin. Cue the Star Wars music. It really sounds like some old John Williams. Yet it also houses misery and madness. Somewhere within its rotten core sits a man, his hair matted but his eyes alert. He watches and waits. A prisoner by choice. Prisoner by choice. Examine the thought about the tower. You see a palimpsest. Wow, I don't know that word. You see a palimpsest of a neighborhood. Pie in the sky, eating berries and seeing invisible things. That's just a lifestyle. It's just a lifestyle. Yeah, let me find it here real quick. Let's see if I got the link here. Nice, I love it. Love it. That was classy. How about the link? No, how about the link? Original test release. There it is. Test release. I'm going to send you, here's the link to the actual forum post, and it'll remind you on that post. You don't have to do this on Linux or Mac, but on Windows, you're going to want to set up that Visual Studio 2013 redistributable. So it'll say right in that post, install this first, and then you can run the installer version. It looks like it's going to be great. I really hope they release the next version of that soon, because right now there's no noise gate. So you have to have a hot mic the whole time or use push to talk or push to mute. It's a little bit stressful, but well, you'll see. Play around with it, see what you think. Yeah, Durance is my buddy. He's my buddy. We're both going to be eating a lot of mushrooms and seeing a lot of things. I just hope my face doesn't end up all pockmarked like his. I don't want a face full of sores. I got enough acne at 37 years old. I don't need a pockmarked face full of sores. Okay, where were we? A word I didn't know. You see a palimpsest of a neighborhood. What the heck does that mean? Run-down estates are cobbled around a cemetery and an ancient tower. Savage shapes prowl the streets, and in the tower a man hunches over a strange mechanism. You can't see him clearly, but there's something unnatural about him. Somewhere nearby you see a woman with a scar over her heart. You understand that she has something he needs. You also see a door in the base of the tower, a seemingly impenetrable slab of stone and copper. But then the acolyte reveals the invisible split between the perfectly matched halves, and you understand how the copper veins convert a command into action. You know how to open the door. Look into the ruins. The acolyte's vision takes you out of Defiance Bay and to a town in the wilderness with a watermill. A signpost on one of the paths reads, Deerford. Several figures huddled together, shrouded in cloaks and hoods. An image of ruins suddenly looms in your mind. 2 skeletal effigies flank a cleft in the mountainside. Find the place of misery and madness. Well, that place is right here. Right here where we fought these battles. Looks like we'll have some armor upgrades. That'll be nice. We haven't played around in our inventory at all tonight, so I think we even had some upgrades from the first night a couple weeks ago. We never went through our stash properly and sorted them out. We've definitely got some better armor than what we were wearing. And we didn't die. Tell you what, my teeth are floating here. I need like a 1-minute bio. And we are, we're coming up on 6 hours. So I think, I hate to take a break right 10 minutes or so before the end of the stream, but my teeth are floating. So I'll be back in 1 minute, and then we'll figure out where we're at, where we're going to go next time. If we're going to play Pillars tomorrow, or come back to Pillars in a few days. And we might do the Left Behind DLC from Last of Us tomorrow. You have to leave for an 8.5-hour shift in 2 hours on just 4 hours of sleep. Man, I feel that. I don't have the 8-hour shifts, but I've been doing the 4 hours of sleep thing. I will be right back, and we'll do a little more. Maybe we'll go another half hour and explore some things. Give me a sec. Whew. Yeah, I thought I was going to play out a scene from Austin Powers there for a minute. The scene where he wakes up and relieves himself for an hour. Yeah. We lived. We lived. Pie in the Sky, thank you for your help and suggestions immensely. We are needing some good combat tactics. I can play through Origins in isometric on Nightmare mode, but yeah, we haven't figured out our basics here, so you've been a huge help.
How may I help?
Chill Fog. I think we're going to be using a lot of Chill Fog. We're going to be using a lot of Chill Fog.
What?
And knowing that we've got an effective knockdown a seal on the ground. That's going to be huge. That's going to be huge. Choke points, I understand. We just haven't been able to put them as effectively to use as effectively as I'd like here. But we're getting there. So, what have we come to? Whether by design or by consequence of the sputtering candlelight, the hooded statue's face is almost impossible to see. Well, let's see if my trap detection
Ogren's fire
is up to
casts
speed.
light in dark places.
Maybe there's nothing trapped here, but I keep getting burned. All right, a switch. Wow. Wow. Well, that's a nice necklace. Plus 10 concentration. And defense against bloody everything. Well, I don't really like your accent, but you get the necklace. Which is the slot? Neck, waist, ring, yes. Hello? Is there no slot for it? What am I missing here? Neck near the top. Oh, cape. We can't. It's a cape or an. Really? You can't wear a necklace and a cape? Now that's pretty cheesy, I gotta say. Why can't he wear it? Class specific? What do we have here? Yeah, only usable by ranger. Great. Why do I need concentration? Why do I need concentration? I think I'm going to take my saves. Well, Davin, is the 4 hours of sleep they're doing or you're doing? How do they expect you to manage a shop on 4 hours of sleep? They probably don't. I guess Sagani's going to get this. For now. Hey, Lath, you can have your cape back. Suddenly we've made a little bit of money. What happened to the strongholds? Is our keep being made? Oh man, that was before the death. Good lord. Here, this is necessary. I didn't even have my camera back on. Sorry about that. But back when we purchased the main keep upgrade, that was before one of our illustrious deaths. So, yeah. We already opened that. Devotees have placed assorted keys, their teeth filed away among the runnels of wax. And this is the job with the boss who won't work hard, right? I don't know if they won't work hard, but you made it sound like the boss is not exactly pulling their weight. Which is always crummy. And happens way too often. Is this going to be a door out? It is. Hey, and now this passage is open. That'll be useful. What does the ghost have to say? Nothing more. Nothing more. Let's catch up with Durance. And let's figure out where we're at for the night. Let's figure out where we're going with the next day of Pillars and try and decide if that's going to be tomorrow or when. Thought I felt your eyes on me. Now come the words.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
I saw something strange. You were sitting by the fire, and I saw a great light from your staff.
Tell me what you saw.
It was a flash like an explosion, a rushing of air, incredibly bright.
It is the light of the Godhammer you saw.
Durance takes in each word. He is strangely silent for a moment, and when he speaks, his voice is low. The Godhammer?
It was a weapon of Deerwood's people, a symbol of their independence. It saved the Deerwood.
What do you know about it?
It brought the Saints' War to an end, knocked a god from his perch. There are few that would deny Eothas overstepped. The Godhammer reminded Eothas of it. You saw its light because I helped shape it, give it life, and release it into the world. Once seen, its glory is almost too bright to be believed, and too bright to be forgotten.
You helped build the Godhammer?
There were 12 of us. We fashioned the weapon, drafted plans for it, prayed for guidance at Ashfall, and it came to me there. Each of us were given a staff made from the forest of black trees around us, glowing with embers and fire far greater than this branch you see now. It felt as if the staff was Margaren's own finger, guiding my hand, guiding the other 11, the shadows of the 12 who would come to stand on the bridge to stop Eothas.
I also saw a dozen bright circles emerging from your staff as well.
Even in that stand, there was a ritual to it. For the 12 that stood on the bridge, there were a dozen shadows cast, a dozen faithful of Margren, her fiercest supporters and shapers of the Godhammer.
Durance rests the staff in front of him, and the flame atop it curls for a moment, the light flaring slightly. It splits into a ring of flames, one after the other, until a dozen is met.
As 12 held Eothas fast, we 12 unleashed our prayers and let the Godhammer fall.
Then it blossoms brightly once and resumes its candle intensity. In the aftermath, the shadows seem sharper in the vicinity, as if they have edges, and you blink to clear your vision. Durance is still staring at the tiny, candle-like flame, intently.
Shadows cast by the fire of the Godhammer, perhaps. And we shared their fate as well in time. Now the spine of the Deerwood is marked by the Godhammer, marked by Margren.
The flame suddenly winks out, smokeless. Durance frowns and moves his gaze from the staff. What do you mean, shared their fates?
Not all deaths come with stilled breath and stilled heart, or other stilled passions beneath the waste. Some deaths come from silence. The connection we once shared with Margren. After the light of the Godhammer, it was not the same. It was as if we'd lost our senses, and sense of purpose as well. Instead of victory, being welcomed, there was silence, within and without. Not many can claim to have killed a god. It is less a heroic tale than you would think. And such a death, it changed our faith. All faiths, I expect. Doubt followed, and the world changed. I do not believe Magrin was pleased by what we had done.
Yeah, Pie in the Sky. I actually thought about, I don't know if it's as a turbo subscriber or if they're offering it to everyone now. I thought it was partners only, and maybe it's partners and turbo subscribers, or maybe it's everyone. But there's an option to enable a low latency stream with less delay, a lot less delay. The risk is, and the warning is, if you've seen this already, you know, but Twitch warns you that if you turn that option on, more of your audience will have buffering. There will be more buffering for more people if you reduce the delay. So I have not flipped that option on, but I've been thinking about it. The delay is pretty rough. Seems like it's at least 15 seconds, if not more, sometimes. I do not believe Magrin was pleased by what we had done. Why is that?
The world is broken, the wheel stilled. There is sickness in the world's heart, perhaps the price of crossing a god.
Durrance scratches at his pox scar, then stops and withdraws his hand, studying it, frowning.
Crossing two gods. Even as Magrin shaped our hands, perhaps we carried her will farther than was allowed. Just as Widewind did. Saint Widewind. Mortal arrogance to match mortal arrogance.
Durrance spits.
Yet if the world had changed, then I sought to change with it. If I had forgotten some of Magrin's teachings, I would find them again. I would make her see me again.
What did you do? What did you do, Ray? What did you do, Ray?
I remembered Magrin's teachings. How reminders on the flesh were more important than the death of a vessel. And I wondered if killing Aethys, if that had simply set him free. Had it allowed him to escape his punishment and be taken on the wheel? Like a mortal?
Durrance's voice takes an odd upturn for once. It feels like he is genuinely asking a question. Like a mortal? He shakes his head.
As I stepped from the now blessed Godhammer Bridge, I thought of Ashfall. I thought of the War of Black Trees, wondered if I needed to be burned to find myself again. That is Magrin at her heart. At least that is my hope. These are the doubts that befall me.
Durrance frowns. What happened when you returned to Ashfall?
The road to Ashfall is long. Gives one time to think. If you think long enough, you do not go home. I left without telling anyone, with only the robes I wore at Halgot, my staff, and my name, which is long buried. Of my fellow 11 craftsmen, disciples, I know not what happened to them, if they suffered the same doubt as I did. But it was underserved. It was wrong. We had done all that, or had asked. Grabbed victory from defeat and
You feel as if your god has betrayed you, or do you feel as if you betrayed your god?
There is something about being used and cast aside. Perhaps Widewind himself felt it. There at the end, when the hammer struck. To be the proof that your god is hollow as the vessel it inhabits.
Durrance's eyes narrow, as if focusing on some inner thought.
I tried to find purpose, and avoided all contact with other Magranic priests. Did not seek the walls of Ashfall, and sought to make amends to my god through actions. I joined with the Purges for a time, and not long after came the first signs of the Hollowborn. So many crimes, trespasses, violations. The Salvation. Animancers were another sickness born of the Saints' War. A relapse of innovation, of desperation to heal what we had caused. All seemed worse than before the bridge, not better. And as years passed, the world became even worse still for the victory.
Look at some of these options. Now I see why you call your goddess a whore. She jilted you, and you still pine for her. Or you committed atrocities, and your goddess has shut you out for it. Exactly what you deserve. Or it doesn't sound like your goddess will ever forgive you. It would seem Magren's silence is your trial. And the first option we didn't read. Maybe the purges weren't what Magren wanted either. I like the first and the last options. Welcome back, Devin. Welcome back. So we are probably going to wind the stream down here, but I don't need to pull the plug. We can wind it down. I guess we are by talking to Durrance. Maybe the purges weren't what Magren wanted either. Or it would seem Magren's silence is your trial. Well, he's been questioning. He is of a questioning mind right now. So rather than bolster his faith, let's join him in questioning. Sweat collects in the sooty creases of his forehead and runs down his ruddy cheeks. It drips from the tip of his nose. His mouth moves, but his utterances make no sound. He is, for once, at a loss. Feeling your gaze, he quickly composes himself, wiping his forehead with the back of a dirty hand.
Huh? Worship the whims of some fickle bitch, and you'll never be more than dirt beneath her feet. Worship what she worships, on the other hand. Take her fire for your own, and her esteem comes on its own. Of course, by that time you no longer need it. Trial and transformation, sure as Durrance taught.
I like that. I like Durrance. Worship what she worships, on the other hand. Take her fire for your own, and her esteem comes on its own. But worship the whims of some fickle bitch, and you'll never be more than the dirt beneath her feet. Durrance glares at you, and staring into his eyes gives you the feeling of peering over the edge of a great cliff.
You think to put the coals to my feet, but what's burned once will never burn again. These talks are your trial, Watcher. You cannot deflect the truth to one who has already been purified by it.
Tell me what happened on the bridge. We chose the bridge because we could control it. Durrance's hands tighten at the top of the staff, as if holding it by the neck. It was a place where we could choke Aethys in his own footsteps, where we knew his feet would fall, a narrow neck of stone. But it was more than that. It was a spine of the Dyrwood, symbolic of its backbone. Such symbols are important in the construction of a weapon. Durrance studies his staff, his eyes traveling along the etchings. Any weapon. Durrance's face hardens, and his eyes burn, his eyebrows narrowing. I suspect Aethys knew that as well, and so did his vessel, in its arrogance. His hand tightens on the staff. He intended to walk upon the bridge as if walking on the backs of the Dyrwood. and we intended to burn him with the light of our faith and his. 12 on the bridge, 12 in the shadow, and gave ourselves to it. Gave yourselves to it?
We put much of ourselves into the Godhammer. Such a device is not simply a machine. There are elements of the spirit in it. Even Widewind's spirit.
Widewind? Why?
We all studied Widewind. He was our enemy, and he had provided the flesh the god wore as a cloak. That flesh made him vulnerable. I knew what fields his hands had tilled, his family, what he had harvested, where he had been born. We sought to know him, what had led him to fight us.
Why was that important?
You don't kill the god. You kill the man it inhabits. And you leave that man a ruin. Burn him to ash. The weapon was meant to not only burn his flesh, but it would burn his soul. And it did. At the cost of our own. And at the cost of our goddess's favor. That whore be damned.
Is that why your image was blurred in the dream? Durance frowns, glances at you with a sharp look. Yeah, pretty much. I have no real words for that pie in the sky. I'm just gonna go along with that one. Possessed by Satan, what face? Possessed by Satan. What face? It almost worked better without the right emote. I read it as by Satan, what face? It almost works better like that. Perhaps your eyes were blinded by the Godhammer's light, Watcher, he snorts. I may feel half a man at times, but even that is twice that of most others.
If you fear for my spirit, your fears are baseless. The Godhammer, seeing its light, only fueled my anger and made me stronger, made me re-examine the teachings of Margren, put them in a new light.
It looked as if there was only part of you, as if your spirit had been sheared in half.
I do not need you to cast any more questions on me, Watcher. Nor did I ask you to look upon me without my leave. Get gone, and leave me be.
Durance snarls, his face a feverish red. Well, as long as he doesn't leave the party. Good, he didn't leave the party. Durance revealed to me that he was one of the engineers of the Godhammer bomb. There must be more to this that he isn't telling me. At least, not yet. We need to take Adair to the records archive. Yeah, I think in terms of side quests, we are going to want to do the ones for our companions. And, well, maybe those will all be... No, these are plain old side quests, too. At some point, we're going to have to draw some lines between what we do and don't pursue. The Leaden Key. Acolyte showed me a wealthy neighborhood that also housed misery and madness. There was someone waiting there, a prisoner by choice. If I am to find this person, I will need to find this neighborhood. Perhaps the guards will know of it. So we'll need to speak with some guards, track down a wealthy neighborhood that also housed misery and madness. My first thought is that the sanitarium fits that. Which neighborhood is the sanitarium in? But I wouldn't be surprised if the prisoner by choice was someone at the sanitarium. The tower. The Leaden Key Acolyte showed me an ancient tower near a cemetery in a neighborhood filled with run-down estates. That sounds like the gift, Audra's gift. Although I don't know if there's a cemetery there. I think there's a tower in the southwest of Andra's Gift. Might be saying the name wrong. The Gift, whatever the Gift is. The one with the brothel. Following this lead will require locating the tower. Asking around would be a place to start. Perhaps patrolling Justicars would know the city well. So again, talk to some guards. And through Death's Gate. I don't know exactly where these ruins are, but perhaps someone in Deerford Village does. So we haven't been there yet. And it looks like we'll need to go south and then east from the Woodend Plains to get to Deerfoot Village. I think that's a good call, Davin. There's a lighthouse, not a tower. Cool. Pie in the sky. That must be what I'm thinking of. Don't work too hard, Davin. And don't take any shit. And don't take any shit. I'll catch you on the flip side. So, I'll tell you what. Why don't we go travel to the Records Archive right now? No, that's probably more involved than we want. I take that back. Is there anything that seems good to do right now? Let's head back to Andra's Gift and talk to Maya. I feel like if we had a better set of skills, we would have had more options to resolve that. And I'm still thinking about tomorrow. What are we going to play tomorrow? Will we continue Pillars tomorrow or wait a few days? Didn't do too badly wrecking my voice, I don't think. So we could continue this tomorrow, or we might change it up and do something else. I don't think we'll start The Witcher 2 tomorrow, but we might do Left Behind DLC. I don't know. To be determined. To be determined. Let's see, what did I leave in Nightbot? Left Behind, Book of Unwritten Tales, Stalker Pripyat, and Witcher 2. Yeah, those are all definitely coming up soon here. Near future. I keep stalling on Stalker, which is terrible. Because I promised Kenter we'd get to some Stalker here. I almost did a night of Stalker tonight. Not planning on getting into the whole game proper, but I don't know. I think we might need to finish Pillars or finish something before I add another game. I don't want to mix up too many.
Hello.
I wanted to talk to you about that. I hear you've been raising prices. We're not going to... Hold on. Not yet. We're not going to be very convincing. Anything we have to say to her is probably going to be pretty lame.
Friend.
Yeah. No intellect. No resolve. No intellect. What else am I supposed to do? I have to provide certain measures for my employees and their clients, especially with so many Hollowborn in the district. And with the price of bitter squash as high as it is, I've got no choice but to raise mine. She taps your chest with a finger. And don't get me started on cutthroat business, not with the Demonals carrying on the way they do. I could talk with the Demenals about their bitter squash prices. It's your neck. Bricanta Domenel. Domenel. Bricanta Domenel would be the easiest to persuade. She handles the family books. With any luck, you can find her at their manor over in Brackenbury. Just watch your step around her. Watch your step around all of them. I guess we've got a chance to resolve that yet. Aloth wants to tell you about his invisible friends. Excellent. Tell you what, let's talk to Aloth and then wrap up there. And then I'll decide what we're doing tomorrow.
About my episode in the catacombs, there's something I should have told you earlier.
That's an understatement. He clasps his hands together, slowly massaging a knuckle with his thumb. I meant no harm. I thought I could keep it to myself. That when we resolve the matter of your soul, we would also address my problem. Does his problem explain his different accents?
I also have an awakened soul. But unlike yours, mine is a presence that shares my senses and my skin, making herself manifest at the most unwelcome times.
It does. It does explain it. Thank you. Thank you. Aloth has an explanation for being so damned strange. He closes his eyes and grits his teeth. His lips quiver and twitch with the vestiges of some internal debate. Several seconds later, he opens his eyes again. They're watery and bloodshot.
I'm sorry. I've tried to learn to control Isilmir. I've gotten stronger, but so has she.
Is she the one with the mouth? Is that not him? Is that a woman speaking? Is she the one with the accent? Tell me about Isilmir.
Artless, uncouth, a creature of rash impulses and feeble faculties. She wags her impertinent tongue when she should listen.
He winces, his expression rippling between control and chaos.
Aye, this one's fit to boil. Hard to get this gaff over anything tisn't to do with books and spell speak.
Oh, sorry, there's the camera. There we go. Camera back. His face flickers with a sly grin. He grimaces, running his hands through his hair. I have none of her memories. Barath spared me that much. But her coarse manners and intolerable hail-speak, we have a name for that craziness now, suggest a provincial from a very, very long time ago. She tends to surface a hair's breadth from conflict, when the fuse has burned down and teeth are on edge. And when she shows up, she doesn't stop to gauge a situation. She just acts. Sounds like you could take a few cues from her. Cues or vulgarisms? He rolls his eyes and crosses his arms over his chest. I've had to live with that hayseed for years. There's nothing to be learned from her. Nothing civilized, anyway. He frowns, looking away. Why didn't you say something sooner?
I learned to keep her a secret a very long time ago. Those with awakened souls are shunned, mistrusted. And after your experience with Meerwald, I'm certain you can see why. You need to be careful.
Is this going to be a problem?
Merely an annoyance. Although...
He purses his lips into a thin, crooked line. He lowers his voice and clasps his hands behind his back. Minute twitches and spasms along his arms betray his fidgeting.
Defiance Bay is said to have an entire institution dedicated to the study and cure of soul-related ailments. Since our journeys have already brought us to the city, perhaps we could speak with someone there.
If it's helpful to you, we'll go.
Thank you. This has been a great burden.
His shoulders loosen by the slightest fraction. Good. Good. Getting to know them. Getting to know the party. Whole party of addicts and insane persons. That is absolutely true. Sagani, I don't know if Sagani's insane, though. Durance, he's insane. Aloth, he's insane. Kana, clearly insane. I think Sagani and Adair might not be insane, though. They might not be insane, and I don't think either of them are addicts. We have two relatively normal companions. It's not bad. It's not 50%, but it's not bad. And we're insane. I know we're insane, so I guess that skews the numbers. We've got 66% insane and 33% sane. That's what we've got. So I think we're going to wrap up there. I think it's a good place. Tomorrow is to be determined. Possibly Left Behind DLC on Grounded mode. We finished The Last of Us and originally planned to do the Left Behind DLC right at the end. We were going to do Last of Us Grounded in 3 days, and we did. But that third day was pretty long. That's only half crazy. Adair smokes. That doesn't make... Well, addict. Okay, fair enough on Adair. And I meant... Doesn't count for Sagani being only half insane. Suppose Adair's smoking his pipe. I can't argue with that. I wouldn't hold it against him, but I can't argue with that. Fair enough. So anyways, Left Behind DLC.
If this is a battle of wills, Watcher.
Shush. Yeah. So Left Behind DLC probably. I think I'm just gonna chew on that tonight, and if feel up for it, we're gonna do that tomorrow. I think it's about a 4-hour deal. And if it's not, we'll end up doing something else. Maybe we'll play you guess or you know. If we do Left Behind DLC and it only takes a few hours, we will do something else as well. Maybe we'll jump back over to the Book of Unwritten Tales. Maybe we'll do a few hours of Pillars. Maybe we'll do both. We'll see what happens. And, yeah, I'm getting loopy. So, to be determined. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Pie in the Sky, thank you for the tips. I do really appreciate them. I look forward to more. I don't know if you'll be here next time we're playing this, but I'll keep an eye out for you. And if I don't see you, cheers. Cheers and thanks. Have a good night. Have a good morning. Everyone sleep well. Catch you on the flip side.